Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me for more of what has turned out to be a much deeper and more interesting game than I originally gave it credit for. And, as always, I apparently owe you all an apology for yet another late start. This time, it was just my fault. I failed to manage my time well. I got up relatively early today. I got up at about 8 and got breakfast ready because I had some fresh sausages that I had bought from the butcher that I absolutely needed to cook today because any longer and I would have had to worry about them going bad. I've been just really busy streaming lately and working and doing chores and other, various functional adult stuff, and as a result of all of that, unfortunately, cooking the stuff that I had bought and intended to make several days ago kind of fell by the wayside. So, I smoked and grilled a bunch of andouille sausage and chorizo and a couple of other interesting-looking things that the butcher had on hand. And after that, I still had probably a good 2.5 to 3 hours worth of burning coals left in the grill, because I use hardwood charcoal, which is relatively expensive in Berlin, since you don't exactly go to a corner store and just buy hardwood charcoal in most parts of the more urban areas of the city. So I don't like letting it go to waste, and so I thought, well, I've got some fresh buffalo mozzarella that I also got several days ago when I did my grocery shopping. I wonder how well it would work if I were to smoke it at home on the grill. So I got everything ready and, put the ball of fresh buffalo mozzarella on the grill. I put it in a, like a mesh strainer, a fine mesh strainer, so that it wouldn't just melt through the grill grate. And it worked out relatively well, except I had to go out and check on it. And when I checked on it, I had to do a little bit of cleanup, which took longer than I expected, so I apologize. A day early for what, False Scott? Is something supposed to be happening that I'm not aware of? It's not my birthday already, is it? A day early for streaming? No, not that I know of. Why, Scott? You know I don't have a schedule. I'm in one of those positions where you have to strike where the iron's hot. Or when the iron's hot, rather. When I have time, I just have to take advantage of it and do it. You're having a day already, Scott? The day's not even half over. I mean, for me, it's probably not even a quarter over. Well, good luck in the battle, False Scott. Well, Mantis Man, I'm glad it worked out. I think maybe we can bump up the game volume a little bit, because I had to adjust it for my headphones, because it was loud enough to be blowing my headphones out. But now I need to compensate for the adjustment in OBS. I think that should make it a little more audible without drowning me out, I hope. Alright, so once again, I have not made any story progress in between this stream and the previous one. So story-wise, we're exactly where we left off. However, during some of my downtime the past couple of days... Oh, hey, Sound Void! Like I said, this is a strike when the iron's hot situation. Whenever I have time and am awake, I kinda just do it. Because if I don't do it, then I end up sitting around being unproductive. Hello, Quaya, welcome! And, Soundvoid, I'm also somewhat at the mercy of my inability to maintain a consistent sleep schedule. You got here just in time, Quaya. I literally just loaded up the game. You could not have timed that better. And that is why I do a pre-stream. Not to mention why I send my stream notifications an hour in advance. As well it should, Fleet Master. It feels familiar because this game is published by Team 17, much like the previous game that I played, The Survivalists. And Team 17 appears to have a very particular sort of aesthetic for the indie games that they like to publish. And a lot of the games that go out under their banner seem to have very similar art styles. Although this one is more of a 2D platformer. Well, a 2D platformer crossed with a Pokemon game. And not so much the top-down Zelda-style game that the Survivalists is. Be that as it may. Oh, you too, Sound Void? Yeah, it's just one of those situations where it's good to be busy, but it also makes it a little bit tricky to have any consistency. Although in my case, I don't really need consistency in order to function. I know there are a lot of people who do, and I consider myself quite fortunate that I don't. In fact, actually, consistency makes it harder for me to function. Having to maintain a set schedule all the time, that's more difficult for me. I guess just because I'm apparently not biologically inclined to handle consistency very well. I get that from my father, unfortunately. It's one of a number of, well, questionable traits I seem to have inherited from him, but fortunately I'm not him. Oh, what game is that, Fleet Master? Alright, so in between the previous stream and this one, I did not make any story progress. However, I did finally take the time to do some research and some reading on some of this game's more complex mechanics and interactions, and especially team comps and different builds. Oh, interesting, Fleet Master. I've never heard of that one. World War II simulator-ish game, huh? Maybe Team 17 has more diverse tastes than I thought. Well, Quaya, that might be less the fault of the province you live in than the fault of just, global warming and various other man-made changes to the environment, but stay safe, Koya. And stay warm, please. So, what I discovered... Well, I discovered a lot of things, but I discovered that I've been doing something fundamentally wrong this whole time in my approach to building teams and setting up monsters in this game. Which is that I had been focusing on raw stat boosts. And in most other games, raw stat boosts generally would be the correct way to play, or the correct way to build your team or your units. Hey Tatsumi, welcome! Well, no, Breakfast, fortunately, thanks to the respec options they give you, and in fact, in addition to the respec options, the ability to level up monsters using items, thanks to that, I don't need to start over. But what I discovered was that focusing on raw stats alone in this game is not going to result in success. It appears to be an incorrect approach. And after looking at the team comps of some folks who were doing really, really crazy stuff, like speed runs, and people who were like one-turning the optional super bosses with 6-star ratings. After looking at some of their team comps and reading some of the write-ups that were done by people who've gotten way more into this stuff than I've had time to do, I discovered that really what it is all about is synergizing your monster's passives, stacking debuffs, and or stacking the charge ability. That is apparently necessary in order to achieve really ridiculous results that are pretty much required in order to handle the optional super bosses. So I ended up trying out a couple of team comps that I saw in some of the really, really crazy videos, got the feel for why they worked well, what made them tick, and what sorts of synergy there was. And I did a little bit of experimenting of my own, and the results that I got after what I had learned were much more favorable. And what I'm going to do actually now is give all of you a little bit of a look at the the rather dramatic difference in results that I'm getting now that I understand this stuff better, than I was at the end of the previous stream when I attempted some of these. Yeah, Hammock, he does, but then again, a rainbow slime kind of can't look anything other than friendly. Like, even his dark shift looks friendly. Yeah, Captain Tuna, and I'm going to hopefully demonstrate a little bit more about why these unit synergies are so good. So we're going to fight Vodanoy, and you might recall that close to the end of the previous stream, this guy slaughtered me on my first attempt against him during the champion fight at the beach. And then on the second attempt, I managed 4 stars on him using a chill stall team. But as you can see, I've been able to get a 6-star result on him now using my current team comp. Well, Beryl, you say that, but watch what's about to happen here, right? And this is what I mean about why I figured out that I was doing something wrong with my approach to the team building. So, this is the same Targoat, Karaglow, Brutus team that I was using last time. But you'll recall that last time I was having a lot of trouble getting this to work properly. So what happens here is we have Targoat use Full Protect, which builds up a bunch of shield and, crucially, stacks a bunch of charge. Then we have Karaglow use the Full Heal ultimate on Brutus, which, well, the results are about to speak for themselves, I think. That brought Brutus from 6 stacks of charge to 21. And now we have Brutus Power Focus. And we've got enough shields that we should be able to withstand one turn of this guy going nuts on us. Keyword should. But that's what Targoat's for. So now we have Targoat use Sustain. We have Karaglow use Healing Wave. And because Karaglow has Critical Heal, Healing Wave was shown as not healing us for an awful lot, but that basically healed everyone back to full. And now we have Brutus use Godly Strikes, and now you can see how much damage this is projected to do. So, this guy has 60,934 HP. But unfortunately, it wasn't nearly enough. We might still pull off 6 stars on this, though. And there it is. Well, 5 stars anyway. But there's actually another team comp that I think might work against this guy a little bit better, and this is one of the ones that I got the idea for from the research I did. So what happens with this comp is you start off by having the mushroom use beating, which does a ton of hits, jacks up the combo gauge. Yeah, Smug, I think I did miss a crit. And in the process, it deals a bunch of status ailments. Then we have Garulu use Ion Beam. Which, again, hits the weakness and does ridiculous numbers of hits. As well as inflicting Armor Break, Shock, Poison, Chill. And then we hit him with Thunder Strike, and we do rely on RNG here, because this has to crit. It has to, or we're not going to one-turn him. But there we go. It did crit, and so there's our 6-star rating. So this is what I've been doing wrong, is you cannot afford in this game to try to shore up your monster's weaknesses if you're going to get 6-star ratings on these optional super bosses. You have to double down on their strengths. You have to min-max their damage output. You have to, or you won't accomplish this. And I guess that's what I've been doing wrong, is I've been trying to focus only on stats, where it turns out that actually what you need to do instead is you need to get equipment that gives not only stats, but that has special effects. Well, Fleet Master, you need to double down on whatever the monster's strengths are. That's where it gets complicated, and that's where the team diversity comes from. If the monster's strength is nuking, then yes, double down on nuking. If the monster's strength is defense, as it is with monsters like Targoat, then you double down on defense. And the recommended Targoat build for this setup ended up being the Hexing Rod, which causes healing, buffing, and shielding actions to also apply a random debuff to a random enemy. So basically, every time this Targoat uses full protect, he also slaps a debuff on the enemy. And anytime he uses any of his defensive abilities, for example, such as Sustain, that also slaps a debuff on the enemy. And he has the ability to stack Barrier 3 times. So that gives your entire team 40% damage reduction, because the extra stacks are half as effective. So 3 stacks, 1 at full power and 2 at half power, is 40% damage reduction. Plus the regeneration, and the regeneration heals more the higher your max HP. So 7.5% of 5,400 is like 475 HP. And then there's all kinds of other complex stuff here as well. Slight Quills, what you're looking at right now, this screen, for me, is the main area where this game wins over Pokemon. In Pokemon, your units have 4 moves, they have a trait, and they have their own particular stat distribution, plus the EVs and IVs if you bother maximizing those. And other than that, and other than the 1 accessory that you're allowed to equip them with, that's pretty much all you get. Whereas, for the monsters in this game, each monster has 4 separate ability trees, and it's up to you to mix and match those abilities according to what purpose you want that monster to serve. Yeah, Beryl, I agree with you on that, yes. They don't teach you how to play in a way that is most effective. They don't anywhere near sufficiently emphasize the importance of buffs and debuffs. Hello, Fontez, welcome. So you end up kind of having to figure that out yourself, or if you're like me and you're proactive, you do your research, but research, of course, always runs the risk that you're going to spoil yourself on something, so there are downsides to doing it that way. But I think I'm close enough to the end of the game that I'm not terribly worried about spoilers for the most part. At least not when it comes to monsters and abilities and whatnot. Story spoilers I'd certainly like to avoid, but... Hello, Paper Bonsai, welcome! But honestly, the level of complexity and intricacy in your team builds in this game is miles ahead of Pokemon. Literally miles. And the interesting thing is, a lot of these monsters, not all of them, but a lot of them have more than one thing that they can do very well, depending upon how you build them and equip them. Like, Targoat can be set up for stupid defense, the way I've got him set up here, but you can also set him up to deal damage. He has Static, which allows non-critical hits to deal significantly more damage. He's got an ability that gives him a shield when he attacks an enemy. He does have Revenge, which lets him get charge stacks when he gets hit. And then he's got Full Protect to basically vacuum up all the hits against the party toward himself, which guarantee that he gets tons of charge stacks. He's got Attack Mastery, which gives him an extra hit, Defense Proc, which gives him another extra hit, another stack of Attack Mastery, which gives him a third extra hit, a bunch of attack boosts. In fact, he has 4 attack boosts. And then he's got a bunch of other crazy stuff, like he's got Sustain, which gives barrier and regen, as well as multi-barrier to let you stack barrier. He also, although I haven't learned it here, has full defense, which is another fantastic ability. And I suppose you could forego, like, there's a different option I could have used here. Instead of learning all these levels of sustain, I could have gone with full defense. However, full defense is not quite as good for comboing, for building the combo gauge. Well, Barrel, that all, again, depends on your team comp. If you've got a team that is set up to do AoE DPS, then you're going to do a lot better in the Keeper duels. Because the Keeper duels, you're fighting 3 opponents at once, whereas in most of the boss fights in the arena, you're only fighting 1 opponent. You're just fighting an opponent that gets to act 2 or 3 times per round. But since it's only 1 target, you can use your single target multi-hit moves that stack the combo gauge higher and that do more single target damage. And that's another important thing you end up having to take into account when you're building your team. There's still a lot of synergy in this game that I don't understand all that well. But I think I'm at least finally starting to wrap my head around it. Now, it bears mentioning the fact that I am now able to steamroll these optional arena bosses has resulted in my acquiring some items that I don't think I'm meant to have yet. The Vodanoy, the Sahagin guy that I just killed, when I beat him the first time and got the 6-star ranking, I got 4 of these reward box level 5s. And I've opened 3 of them so far, and of the 3 of them that I've opened, I actually got a couple of level 4 ones as well. They pick the Eagle for Speedrun's Barrel, because the Eagle is the only starter that has the Fly ability, and Fly is the movement ability that, early game, you kind of need in order for speedruns to work properly, because it lets you bypass lots of encounters, first of all, before you get a familiar that has ghost form and you can just walk through them all. But before that, your only real source of extra movement is Eagle. So every speedrunner that I've watched, they start with Eagle. He's an important monster? Barrel? Why? In what way? Oh, I bet I know what way. He probably has a movement ability. Levitate. Okay. I see. Thank you for pointing that out, Beryl. I hadn't looked at his monster journal entry yet, so I didn't realize. But actually, Beryl, check this out, because those level 5 reward boxes, I don't think the devs counted on anyone being able to 6-star these fights this early, as a result of which, the level 5 reward boxes ended up getting me a couple of extra monsters. First of all, I got a Tsutsune, and Tsutsune is really interesting because it has the secret vision ability. So we can now jump on those stupid invisible platforms. I also ended up getting this guy, who has the same ability. This is Mad Lord, and he's a pretty cool looking monster. And based on his... where is he? Based on his particularly unusual set of weaknesses, like he's weak to everything for some reason. He's weak to magic and physical. He seems to have a fairly high stat pool, and he's got some pretty interesting abilities. I'm guessing that he's probably a champion from a much later area that I haven't been to. I'm guessing this is going to be a later boss. Oh, it is, Beryl? I'm almost afraid to ask why. But yeah, I got the item to evolve him out of a level 5 reward box that Vodanoid dropped when I 6-starred that fight. That's also where I got the hexing rod that I gave my Targoat, as well as the abyssal sword that I have equipped on my Garulu. Oh, okay, Beryl. I'm guessing it's a spoiler-related reason, then. Alright, then I will not ask. So that's where we're at, and I think before anything else, I'm curious as to what the rewards for the remaining fights here are. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to go... We're going to go through this and see how many of these we can 6-star. Full heal on Brutus. Power focus. Oh, this guy's not even scratching us. Well, alright. So, sustain. And you can see that by using sustain with the hexing rod, we've now also put chill on this opponent. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put helping hand on Brutus, because that will give him the maximum number of charge stacks possible now that we've already used full heal. And it will also give him sidekick and regen. So that's 11 charge stacks right there. And now... Kablam! 4 craft boxes? Come on. Goblin Pilot. This guy is weak against water and wind. Oh, you know, he's weak against wind. I bet this team would, well, assuming RN Jesus blesses us, this team might work out a little bit better. Yes, Barrel, they do. And the game also doesn't tell you that. I guess they figure you'll just notice it. But, yeah. Heals and buffs build the combo gauge. Alright. So, beating. Ion Beam, which he is already weak against. Look at this. 3 stacks of poison, 4 stacks of armor break, 3 stacks of weakness, 1 of thunder. And now... Ah, just barely not. Well, we got the 5-star, but RNG did not get us the crit there. So this is just going to be a case of, we keep trying till we get the crit. The combination of debuffs that the enemy gets slapped with also make a difference. There we go, see? We got the crit, and he also ended up with, I think, an extra couple of stacks of armor break. So, more craft boxes. Man. Well, that's a disappointment. Not only fungus, Barrel, but also, slime, magma pillar, cat zerker, super viable endgame. Oh, weak against physical. Well, that's going to be easy then. Poor Elder Gel. Rakish Sage, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. You could say that, yes. Actually, can we? No, we can't quite. And he hasn't even cracked our shields yet. This poor Elder Gel. Oh, actually, we can, I think we can use Mega Protect now. Then we can use Helping Hand. It looks like Heavy Punch alone would do it. Oh, and we didn't get a, Wait, what happened? Oh, you can only use 1 per round. I forgot. Oh, well. This should still... Yup. I shouldn't have used, I shouldn't have used Mega Protect. Okay, so for this, I think we are going to need an AoE. Oh, but they're resistant to neutral, huh? Well, we might still be able to Raffle Stomp them. We'll just have to hope that RNG gives us lots and lots of buff stacks. Or actually, we could play it by ear. We might be able to 3-turn this. Yeah, I bet Ram Charge would do it. Let's see. Yup! 14,000 points. Alright, Raduga. No strengths or weaknesses, so actually, I guess it doesn't really matter what we use here. Whoops. Yeah, you know, Healing Wave is fine. And here we go. Really, only 5 stars. Wonder what happened there. Full Protect. I probably didn't do nearly enough damage. Power Focus. Sustain. Helping Hand, maybe, instead of Healing Wave. Yeah, okay. There we go. I guess we just had to, get more crit damage. What about Brutus? Hello, Dodgy Dingo! Welcome! He also has no weaknesses. So let's try the same setup on him. Hello, Lynn! Welcome! Oh, and we got Armor Break on him, actually, so that will be helpful in dealing more damage. And Floofin, thank you so much for the resub! Welcome back! Great to see you, Floofin. How are you doing? Helping Hand for another free hit. We didn't get nearly as much charge out of that as I'd hoped. But hopefully this should still... Yes, indeed. Nothing but craft boxes. Damn. Oh, Goblin King is another one where we're going to need an AoE. Because he's got buddies. So, full protect. Full heal. Power focus. And you can see that every time Targoat gets a charge, he shares his charge with the rest of the party. So that's what this setup is focused on. It's focused on basically having Targoat tank all the hits, and for every time Targoat gets hit, he gives the entire party a charge. So what we're basically doing is just stacking buttloads of charges on Brutus during the first turn, and then during the first 2 turns of the second round. And then at the end of the second round, we just release Brutus, and this happens. $15,000 points. I think that's a new record. Of course, we got 470% execution, 1,000 for buffs and debuffs. Of course, just level 1 reward boxes out of that, so... Weak against Earth. Aritos! Welcome back! Thank you so much for the resub. 61 months, Aritos. I can't quite believe it's been 5 years and some change. How are you doing, Aritos? It's great to see you. I hope you're safe and well. I know, Mantis Man, and that's only a small part of the time that I've been a content creator. 2009 I started. Just, the years kind of disappear. Glad to hear that, Aritos. I am doing alright, thank you. Definitely not in a position to complain over much. Huh, it certainly does, Rakish Sage. Like, every 60 seconds, a minute passes. You don't really notice it while it's happening, but you sure do once it's gone. It is, Dodgy Dingo. I have found this to be a fascinating game. I've enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would at the start. It looked like something fairly simple and maybe a little bit generic when I saw it on PSN, but then I watched some footage of it, and it became quite clear that it was not as simple as the art style suggested. And I thought, oh well, this might be interesting, I'll give it a try, because I was desperate for something to stream. Oh, no worries, Aritos. I'm glad to have been able to help pass the time at work. It's always a pleasure to have you, be you lurking or chatting. Well, Dingo, you found one. I am going to go right ahead and tell you that this game so far has been great. I've really enjoyed it. And there we go. Ah, level 1 reward boxes. Blah. Hello, Agony of Fire. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sage. I hope things start looking up soon. I know it's been a difficult time for lots of people. So, my heart goes out to you, truly. But at the very least, I think things are finally going to start to get a little better. If that helps at all. It's not infinite, Barrel. But according to the research I did, there are party setups that are built around heroism and heroic offense. There are setups with 3 monsters on the team that use it. The way that it works, Barrel, is for every stack of a buff with a blue icon, because those are considered buffs, stuff like Charge, for whatever reason, is considered separate, and it's not technically a buff as far as the game is concerned. Yes, if you have multiple stacks of Channel, then you get the damage buff from Heroism for every stack of Channel. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sage. I remember you told me about that, Cat, during one of the last streams. I'm really sorry. My condolences. So, yeah, Barrel, you can build a team around it to the point where you're spamming buffs and your team has 5 stacks of 2 or 3 different buffs. But I don't feel like that's as significant as having 50 stacks of Charge, because that's 150% extra damage. Well, I'm sure that's part of it, Barrel. It depends what part of the EU, Fleetmaster. Every country is handling it slightly differently. People in Germany, for example, are more than eager to see the lockdown lifted, and there are some of them who have been just idiots and who have never respected the lockdown since it was implemented. And different states have been more strict about that than others in Germany. But overall, most of the people around where I live have been at least wearing masks. Every now and then you see some jerk who you know, refuses to, but for the most part, people here have been all right about it. And we're hanging in. But progress with the vaccines has been a little slower here than it has in the US. I will say that. I believe so, Barrel. I don't know if Targoat can learn Charge Amplifier. And I'm not sure if Caraglow or Brutus can. Well, in your case, Fleetmaster, you have a president who actually cares now, fortunately for you guys. A president who is actually willing to invoke the Defense Production Act, for example. And that alone, I think, has gone... Oh, we whiffed, damn it. That alone has gone a long way, Fleet Master, toward... ensuring that there's enough supply. Plus, I heard that Biden just ordered another, I think, couple million doses, didn't he? One or two, or signed a contract for a couple million more doses from Johnson & Johnson, if I remember correctly. So, you guys are probably going to have enough to go around before we do. Because we've been having supply problems here in Europe. I guess there's been some issue with the international contracts for distribution with some of the big vaccine manufacturers that have been a hang-up for getting them distributed to people in the EU. So the rollout's been slower here, unfortunately. But at least in Germany, most of the aging population has gotten theirs. All right, Barrow, well, let's check now that I have an opportunity. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, charge amplifier. I did teach it to him. Oh, thanks, Echo Drop. Appreciate that. Jerk. No, Echo Drop, I haven't had mine yet. And honestly, I'm not really a high priority for a vaccine right now. There are people who need it a lot more than I do. I know, Echo Drop, I know. Like, there are people, even people my own age, who are at much greater risk than I am, because I barely leave the house now that I'm working entirely from home. I leave literally only to do grocery shopping once a week, maybe. Well, once a week to once every 10 days, depending. So I'm at very low risk of exposure to begin with, and, you know, of course, I wear a mask, I practice social distancing, I do all the basic things that it seems like some people just can't be bothered to do. Even though it's no skin off my back. And so I'm not worried about catching COVID. And I would just as soon see the people who really need that vaccine get it first. Especially considering the supply problems that we've been facing here. No, Solman, I don't. When I want fresh air, Solman, I open a window. I honestly don't enjoy being outdoors for its own sake, Solman. Especially now, you know, under the present circumstances. If I don't have a reason to go outdoors, I just don't. Yeah, Rakish Sage, and it's a little bit ironic that an apparently fairly significant majority of those old people are perfectly happy to vote against people who want to get them their vaccines or who care about protecting them from the pandemic. The very last one, Barrel? Well, I mean, if you don't know what to do to spawn him... Like, I had somebody in chat just tell me, but... If I hadn't had somebody tell me how to get him to appear, I probably would have scratched my head over that for the entire game. Oh, gotcha, Tatsumi. That is a little bit more tricky. And Tatsumi, you live in a big city, I think, don't you? Do I correctly remember you saying that you lived in, was it Tokyo? Or further south? Forgive me, my memory is not what it used to be, and it was never really all that good. Tokyo, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fragder, I'm amazed that people who cut the line are even allowed to get the vaccine. If the priority group in Brazil is older people, then... I don't know how somebody younger would manage to get it, or is it just that they've got connections and they're abusing the system somehow? Hello, Gestal, welcome! Yeah, it seems like you've been marathoning it. I guess several of the people who picked up this game as a result of watching me play it have gone and blown past me. I figured it was probably something like that, Fragder. People who abuse their power or influence to get an unfair advantage, of course. Yeah, Slight Quills, I don't doubt it. Wow, Echo Drop, jeez. Yeah, Fragder, I guess it's probably not just Brazil. It sounds like that's happening all over the place. Which just goes to show you, as if you somehow didn't already have enough evidence, that wealthy people are not your friend. They do not care about you. Oh, this guy has... okay, actually, I don't think shock should be too big a problem. There we go. Craft boxes. Man, so many of the rewards for these are just crap that you could get more easily from other spots. Yeah, Dariath, in the options menu under gameplay, there's a battle speed option. Yeah, Fragder, that's how it always is. That's how it was in the US, and that's how it was to a slightly lesser extent, maybe, but same problem in Germany. Conservatives and wealthy people tried their very best to sweep the pandemic under the rug and keep schools open, keep businesses open, help the virus spread and mutate. Voted against measures to protect regular people, measures to contain the virus. And now that it's been proven how deadly the virus is, they're cutting in line and abusing their wealth and their connections. Although it hasn't been politicized here anywhere near to the extent that it has been in America, at the very least. I count us lucky for that. Echo Drop, I'll always care about you guys. I've said this before, but... Echo Drop, if I were to win the lottery tomorrow, like, if I were to go out tomorrow and buy a lottery ticket, and, oh, hey, look, I just won $1 billion. Wonder what I'm gonna do with all that money. Well, number one, I would find stuff to give away to chat, and honestly, I'd probably just go around our Discord paying off people's college loans and mortgages and, you know, that sort of stuff. It has, Fleet Master, but at the very least, now, we don't have to log on to Twitter every day and see the President of the United States spamming toxic, racist bullshit. So that's a nice change. That's an improvement. If I win the lottery, adopt you? I don't know. I don't need any kids. I've barely even begun to be able to live for myself a little bit. I've spent most of my life in civil service. Well, most of my career. And actually, even before I really had a career, even before I turned 18, I volunteered for a number of years in what more or less amounts to civil service. I was a volunteer with children and young adults on the autism spectrum, so I've spent most of my life really in the service of society, and I've pretty much always put myself last, and I've been trying to get into the habit of taking care of my own needs a little bit more, and a little bit more proactively, but I don't know, if I had $1 billion of just spare money to throw around, you'd better believe everybody around me is getting their debts and their loans and whatnot paid off and that kind of stuff. Adopt you as a grumpy, weird uncle guest star? Yeah, Fragder. I mean, we pride ourselves on staying organized. It's just, even in Germany, not everybody is on board with what's best for society as a whole. You know, you get people who just think that they have the God-given right to endanger everyone around them rather than endure a minor inconvenience, you know? Yeah, Beryl, it'll probably be a while before I get mine as well, for a similar reason. But I have no problem with being indoors. I'm not one of those people who need to be outside or need to constantly be around others. I'm perfectly happy to sit in my office where it's warm and safe and stream video games for all of you. There are a few, Kira, but it looks like that whole cult is finally starting to fall apart. Now that their prophecy didn't come true. Big surprise. You can recommend one, Barrel, but I make no promises that I'll actually play it. I reserve the right of the final say. Well, thank you, Black. I'm glad somebody does. Sage, honestly, I don't know. I haven't researched it too closely. All I know is that they believed that something big and important was going to happen a couple of weeks ago, and when, surprise, surprise, it didn't happen, they started to kind of lose their minds. Oh, I don't, Barrel. I am not a fan of puzzle games, actually. I can deal with puzzles in other sorts of games, like platform games that have puzzles, like this game. But anything more involved than that, I'm not really a huge fan of. Oh, I've seen Baba Is You, Zonamp. It's not my kind of game, but it's a really cool concept. And it's clearly a very good game. Paper Bonsai, I'm gonna guess you live in Texas, yeah? Oh, is that what their conspiracy was? KR? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, Baba Is You is a fantastic concept, Shervzor. It's a very cleverly designed game, and I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it before. I actually watched, I think first I watched Wooly play Baba Is You, and then I watched Pat and Paige stumble their way through it. That's how I found out about it, actually. I can't remember which one of them I saw first, but I want to say it was Wooly. And that's not a game I feel like I could ever play, but it's really cool conceptually, for sure. Neither did I, Luca Flo, but the more you know, eh? But puzzle games, Rakish Sage. Man, there really is a disparity in strength between the earlier game champions and the later game ones, isn't there? Well, Rakish Sage, I think part of the reason why is because it is such a unique game in terms of what it asks of the player, the way that it asks you to think, and the problem-solving skills it requires you to use. They're very different from pretty nearly any game I've ever seen, much less played. We moved to the sanctuary only okay, so these guys don't have any new dialogue. The monsters do you already have? Okay. Nothing, huh? Actually. I don't know why I thought there'd be a secret passage there. Oh, we should, ask... A Wanderer and a Scorch. Remember Bex, that wanderer we first met at... Meet him again on our journey. Imagine finding him at Magma Chamber. Oh, you know what? We should go talk to him. Because actually, there's a bunch of stuff we can do now in Magma Chamber. Especially now that we have this guy. When did I get a what, KR? I guess we'll name him Innsmouth. Because what else are we going to name literally a fish person from Lovecraft's writing? Okay. Yeah, so now that we have him, we can get into a whole bunch of places. And I believe I know where the guy... that Bubo just told us to go find is... I think he's over here. Wait, no, he's down there. Ouch, Dingo! I hope that clears up soon. There he is. Hey, are you following me? How come we're always at the same place at the same time? Pretty hot in here, isn't it? Even though we're actually in a relatively chilly part of the magma chamber. The lower caverns of magma chamber are much fierier. That's not really a word, is it? There are actually many open veins of magma down there. It's a great environment for dragon-type monsters, as they thrive on the volcanic minerals found near the magma. However, it's pretty hard to explore those lower caverns. Most passageways seem to be closed off. Anyway, I bet you've hatched a lot of new monsters since the last time we met, huh? I'm excited to tell you that I happened to find a lot of rare monster eggs recently as well. Some of them were even shifted. think I've assembled a pretty decent team. Might even be good enough to defeat some champion monsters. How about a friendly sparring match? Your monsters against mine. If you win, I'll even give you a special rare item. The monsters... Oh, you better believe I am, friend. Did you just challenge me to a duel? Oh, ouch, Dingo. Sorry to hear that. This is like Metroidvania meets Pokemon, Dingo. Alright, well... No, it's just a fire cat, KR. Oh... You poor fool, Bex. You have chosen a most unfortunate fight. Oh, actually, we could just wipe them as we are. Yup. Oh, the cat Zerker, Dingo, yeah. Well, did you enjoy the duel, Bex? Wow, so that's what the team of a Keeper Champion is like. That was fun. Thanks very much for that sparring match. I know now that I still have a lot to learn. I guess it isn't good enough to just have some rare shifted monsters in my team. But I almost forgot. Here's that rare item I promised you. Oh, a Scorch Egg. That's the familiar that he has, I think. That's actually another Scorch Egg, which are pretty rare. I originally found a pair of them, you see. So I'm assuming that the Scorch in your egg is the sibling of my own Scorch. Take care of it, alright? A Scorch is a wonderful companion for any monster keeper, or even for a wanderer like me. I'll just take a quick rest here before I continue my journey. I'm a ceaseless explorer, you could say. Farewell, and hope to meet you again. Alright, dude, you're pretty cool, I guess. A very good sport. Actually, we can check. Scorch. I don't know if it's melting, but... Nature Dragon? This is in no way a dragon. Hang on. Now we're obligated to, We're obligated to hatch it. I guess we'll call him Puddles. And that will have unlocked its monster journal entry. I'm morbidly curious. Known as Candle Dragons, Scorches are the smallest and most unassuming dragon-type monsters. They also have overly cheery and friendly dispositions, and it is said that a Scorch would never fight for itself. For those reasons, Scorches were long considered to be only fit as pets. However, if a Scorch is treated for years with love and respect by a human, something grows inside of them. When the time comes and the Scorch's keeper is threatened, it is if the Scorch's very soul suddenly lights up. The Scorch becomes incredibly fierce and fiery, its fighting strength only limited by the bond to its keeper. The first Scorches were created from ordinary candles by a warlock who had wished to have the power of dragons at his command. Okay. However, he only took a single glance at his creations and threw them out. It is believed that Scorches carry the burden of this disappointment to this day, and it is for this reason that they so desire to bond with a keeper. Scorches came to the sanctuary of their own accord when it was created. Wow, that's kind of sad, actually. They were made by a warlock out of wax? Okay. Well, there is an area down here that we could not get to because it was blocked by a literal block that I believe requires levitate. No, Fontes, I have not. Alright, actually, does this guy have anything new? He's still out of potions. Oh, pfft. Alright, hang on. Okay, we need to take the lower path anyway. Was over here, I think. Yes! See, now... Oh, of course, he has Ignite. Okay. I can sense a very powerful presence in this room. It's a champion monster, but it's even stronger than regular champion monsters. Be prepared. Oh! Is that just a griffin? Cool. Griffinix. Well, he's not resistant to being punched to death. Well, let's see. Ha! Amazing. And we 6-starred him. Sexnificent. Oh, and we got a Spark. And a Griffinix egg. And 4 level 5 reward boxes. Beautiful. Oh, and now we're a Keeper Dragoon. Awesome. What might this be? Skill potion. I love how they give us a free skill potion for him. All right. I wonder what sort of ability this guy would have. This is one of your favorite monsters, Barrel? Okay. Cool abilities plus an excellent field skill. Very good. Well... Backtracking, Fontes? Oh, does this guy have a movement ability that I didn't have access to yet? Hmm. KFC. Wow, Tuna. Oh, with the Vodanoid, yeah, Fontez, I intend to. And now that I have the Mad Lord and the Tsutsune, I have to backtrack to some areas that had those spirit blocks as well. Because there was one in the Blob Berg, there was another one in the Sun Temple, and I'm sure there are more that I'm forgetting. And then there's a levitate spot in the, I want to say the woods? So I've got a lot of spots I'm going to have to backtrack to. I'm pretty sure the only area that we've been able to fully explore by now is the snow mountains. Well, I appreciate the suggestions, guys, but I haven't found anything in chat that resonates with me, so... we're going to go with Raja. And actually, I'm curious what... heal charging, okay. And critical apex. So we could either do a crit build with him, or we could do a charge-oriented build. Interesting. What skills does he have? Featherstorm, Overcast, Critical Mass. Oh, he's... yeah, he's got some crit boosting stuff. Combo buffing, energy conversion. He does seem fairly charge focused. Crit hybridization, crit, kindle, fiery shots, and shred, and multi-burn. Oh, and burn down. Interesting. This guy seems like he'd be fantastic for a burn build. Each aerial and bird monster applies burn after each action? My god. Okay. Well, hello burn build, I guess. I wonder how a team of 2 or 3 of these guys might do. Multi-regeneration? Yeah, I bet 3 of them... 3 of them could achieve 7 stacks of regen. And they have healing abilities. And they have charge stacking. Oh, man. I'll have to think about this. I think this might be a case where a team of 3 of them could be quite viable. I'll have to sit down and ponder it more, but auto heal? An undodgeable 7-hit fire attack? Phoenix Affinity, so that they get revived when they get KO'd? And then a unique, which I've never seen before. When this monster is revived or revives another monster, it additionally heals 30% of its max health and gains 7 charge. Wow! Gift of Life revives all allies. Fire Pillar and full aerial assault, huh? Getting more than one of him isn't easy? Smug, I'm guessing he comes from a level 5 reward box. And save scumming those is pretty easy, which I know for a fact because I've done it. Meditation. Restoration? So you can even remove debuffs with regen? My god. And healing wave. Yeah, I have a feeling there's probably a way to use a team of 3 of these guys that is super viable. But what about that movement ability? Lofty Mount. Player can ride the monster, increases jump height. Ooh. Oh, wow! Oh, and you get a slower descent. Because he glides. Oh, this is cool. I like this. So you basically fly. Okay. That is incredible. Oh, man. Ha! Sign me up. Well, Beryl, it seems like it would obviate some other movement abilities. Plus, I bet this is a super desirable monster for speedruns. Because of this movement ability. Ah. All right. So now... Right, Blobberg. For starters. And we'll get whatever is down here. And then we'll go to the Sun Temple and get whatever was there. Oh man, yeah, this this extra movement is something else. Oh, and here are the worms. Oh, and there's a dark one, actually. Let's raffle stomp these guys, because I could use that that shifted worm egg, maybe. There we go. Yeah, okay. Oh, a hexing rod. Alright. After I went to all the trouble to save scum one. All right. Oh, and we haven't finished the underworld yet either. But first things first, Sun Temple. Actually, wait a minute. There's another block somewhere. Oh, I think it was down there. Okay, here first. Because I think this was also a levitate. Ah! Almost. Almost had him. Whatever. Yeah, Barrel, which is certainly significant. But I need to really sit down and give it some proper thought in order to devise a combination for that, because... I feel like 3 Griffin X's, if they're spec'd out to complement each other, could be really powerful. Or 2 Griffin X's rather, and maybe something else fire-oriented. Love how he can go underwater. Oh, right, no, that was a, okay, well... Schlorp. 2 level 3 reward boxes. And a tome +5. Really, that's all? I guess we were meant to come here a little earlier. And actually, before anything else... I want to donate this now that I no longer need it. And we should talk to the protagonist's parents as well, because now that we've reached Keeper Dragoon... You treat Buba properly? He always served me well. Keeper Dragoon? That's such a high rank. Only very few monster keepers make it that far. No reward, huh? Later, KR, later. There's a reason I'm waiting till later to donate all those. Actually, and... what can we buy now that we've... Oh, good, we can buy these. Excellent. Finally. Well, this now means that I can fully upgrade all my equipment. I just need super duper money. And I've got all this junk. That I don't need. All right. Actually, I'm going to save the upgrades here until I'm absolutely sure what I want on these guys, because... So I've heard, Fontes, yes. Oh, Tatsumi, yeah, that's what it is. Asian parents. I'm not the highest keeper rank yet, so they don't care. Bananas, peanuts, raspberry... Oh, good, we can buy those now. That's good. Can buy big potions now. Not that that matters. I never end up using these. Eye, claws, wand, impact. Okay. It is handy being able to buy pre-upgraded stuff. Yeah, Barrel, when I was researching effective builds, I discovered that a 3 Aurum Tail party is apparently a huge meme build in this game. I could have sworn, though, that there was a... Oh, I know where it is. It was in the caves. Oh, right, and also... it was worthless all the time. I guess it doesn't matter that I missed it then. Oh, wait, no, I've been in here already, it looks like. Or actually... Okay, yes, I have. Ah. Oh, Tatsumi, a Subaru Forester with 60,000 kilometers. How much are they asking for it, Tatsumi? Because the Forester is a pretty well-regarded car, and it has been for many years. A quarter of the list price. 7-year-old car, 60,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers in 7 years is very gentle use. Tatsumi, have you gone to look at the car yet? Level 3 reward box. Craft box. You've seen the listing. Well, Tatsumi, it sounds promising. So if I were you, I would at least go look at the car. Because a quarter of the original asking price for a 7-year-old, you know, a 2014 model year with only 60,000 kilometers on it, that's not a bad deal. The Foresters will run... I mean, they'll run for at least 150, 2,000 kilometers easy, as long as you take good care of them. And you live in Japan, Tatsumi, so Japan has an interesting habit, and I don't know quite why this happens, but, well, I think I have a vague idea as to why it happens. But in Japan, Tatsumi, it seems like people, when they buy a car, they'll keep the car for only a few years, like 5, 6, 7 years. They'll drive it, maybe not even all that much, because at least in the cities in Japan, you guys have such good public transit that you don't need to drive so much if you live in a city, especially Tokyo. And they'll drive it gently for a few years, and then they'll just sell it, because... I think because of this obsession that Japan has with new stuff. You know, how nobody wants to live in an old house in Japan, no one wants to drive an old car. It's that sort of thing, I think. But the fact of the matter is, people sell perfectly good cars in really good shape that still have a lot of life left in them over there, Tatsumi. So, if you were willing to, you know, do the basic maintenance fairly diligently, then a car like that, if it's in good shape, could probably last you at least another 5 or 6 years. And you might even get a decent sale price on it after that. So I would at least go look at it, Tatsumi. Go see what shape it's in. Ask about its history. Ask if it's ever been in any accidents or if it's ever had any major issues or problems. And I would do a little bit of specific research on that model year. Like, check out 2014 Subaru Foresters. Like, run a web search for them and see if they're regarded as... I don't know how this expression works in Japanese, Tatsumi, but in American English, if a car comes from a bad year... Like if it was a year where there was a design problem that affected every vehicle of that model, it's called a lemon. I guess because it was a sour car, or like it gives you a sour experience or something to that effect. But make sure you do your research and be sure it's not a lemon year. And as long as it's not a lemon year, and as long as it's in good shape from what you can see from looking at it, then that's probably not a bad deal. Make sure you check into whether that year of that car has any history of consistent issues with a specific thing. Like, make sure that the 2014 Foresters don't have a pattern of, I don't know, engine issues or transmission issues or anything like that. But as long as they don't, as long as you don't turn anything up, which you probably won't, then... you're in the running for possibly a good purchase. Good luck, Tatsumi. Let me know what you think of the car once you've had a chance to go see it. Echo Drop, I have some experience because I grew up in America. And I bought my first car for $600 when I was 16. And I learned an awful lot from that experience and from all my other car buying experiences after that. So I do know a little bit about buying a car. Okay. Now, what could be up here? I can sense a very powerful presence in this room. It's a champion monster, but it's even stronger than regular champions. Be prepared. That's what you said last time, and we 6-starred it. Oh! Is that this game's equivalent of a Marlboro, I wonder? I wonder if it's going to use bad breath on me. You're in the market for a new car, so your choices are a new one or an old one. Okay. Oh, it is a lemon year? Okay, Tatsumi. See, it's a good thing you checked into that. If it's a lemon year, stay away from it. Because if it's a lemon, then that means there's a very high chance that it's going to develop certain problems that result from bad design in that year. It's not a guarantee that it'll develop those problems, but there's a much higher chance, which obviously means that there's a higher chance you'll end up having to put money into it after you've bought it, which ideally you would want to avoid doing. Oh, there was a big recall on that model, Echo Drop? Ah, see, it's a good thing we checked. Well, Tatsumi, the thing is, some old cars really are a great bargain. Sometimes you'll run into somebody who's moving to someplace where they don't need a car anymore. Like if they're moving from the suburbs to downtown Tokyo. And if they're working in the city, someplace where they can take the trains, or, you know, the buses, they might just be selling their car because they don't need it anymore. It might be in perfectly good shape, and they might just be getting rid of it because they don't want to pay for the parking space. It could be that somebody's husband or wife died, and they no longer need 2 cars, so they're selling the deceased spouse's car. You know, and the car might be in perfectly good shape, but they don't want to go to the trouble of selling it. You know, so they'll just take a lower price for it in order to get rid of it. So sometimes, Tatsumi, you can find a really good deal. But if you want security and the comfort of knowing that it's under warranty, as long as you're willing to pay a little bit more, you can go to a dealer. You just have to make sure that it's a trustworthy dealer and that they don't rip you off. Alright, weak against fire. Not resistant to neutral, which means... Hello, Flesh Person. Welcome. So far, so good. Thank you. All right, can we... Wow, we sure can. 6 stars. That should answer your question about how it's going, Flesh Person. Yeah, Tatsumi, I'm aware that Japan has some really ridiculous taxes, and I think you guys have some really crazy emissions requirements too, don't you? Actually, now that you mention it, Tatsumi, I think that the taxes and the emissions requirements are part of the reason that people get rid of their old cars so soon in Japan compared to other countries. Because in other countries, if you own a car that's 15 or 20 years old, you actually tend to pay less money to register it and to run it through emissions than you do for a new car. But in Japan, it seems like that works the other way around. And I guess the older a car gets, the more expensive it gets to keep registering it. Oh, that was a long playthrough, Dragonab, yeah. Hello and welcome. Beryl, I'll say it again. Brutus is considered a fair and balanced monster, but they're perfectly happy to take away Troll's death blow and give him bounty instead. Oh, 4 more level 5 reward boxes. I'm going to be swimming in good gear at this rate. Oh, do you live in India, Dragonab? And it's the same there. Interesting. Older car needs more for re-registration. Huh. Okay. I mean, technically speaking, it's a more progressive policy in terms of its environmental friendliness. Because the assumption behind it is new cars are going to be more environmentally friendly, they're going to produce less carbon emission. But it also means that it's more expensive to keep your car for any length of time. Oh wow, Dragonab, they did? Well, Smug Barrel, yes. Up to a point. Older cars do not tend to have as much emission control as newer cars, but the emission controls also depend on the country. Some countries have stricter emission control laws than others. But, well, Tatsumi just took the words out of my mouth, Smug. But there are many new cars that have problems of their own, which do compromise their environmental friendliness. Not to mention that there are some new cars, ironically such as hybrids, which use heavy metals like lithium and other rare earth metals in their batteries. And it's very difficult to dispose of some of those metals in an environmentally friendly way. Oh, really, Sam? Then I guess we're getting close. Wow, Floofin. Well, keep a close eye on it. And make sure it doesn't do that. Yeah, Dragonab, and that's true. It's more true in some places than others. In places where not that many people own cars, or where cars are more expensive, it gets a little bit trickier, but... Oh, it did, Sam. May 25th. Very good. Honestly, Smug, I can't take credit for this team. I actually found the comp here. Oh, no kidding, Sam. Your birthday is May 24th. Your birthday is 20 days after mine. Same month. Huh, what a coincidence. Well, that'll be a nice late birthday present for you then, Sam. And I guess now I know how much longer I'm going to be waiting. Oh, really, Beryl? Yeah, he seems to know what he's doing. And it seems like he also gets a lot of his information from the Monster Sanctuary Discord. So I'm guessing there are probably a lot of other super knowledgeable min-maxers on the Discord. Alright, so what have we not searched yet? Because I think we have every movement ability now. I believe we have everything we should need in order to get into all of the areas that we've not yet fully explored. But I think, looking at this map, I think we've now fully explored everything except the underworld and the abandoned tower. Why, Sam? Were your parents really strict about what they let you play prior to your 18th birthday? Because you weren't 18? I mean, honestly, Sam, when you turned 17, they should have gotten off your case. Because, the only ESRB rating that's higher than 17 is for sexually explicit games, which I imagine you probably don't care about anyway, because you're such a pure, upstanding young man. And I'm sure you don't think about that at all, in any way, ever. Alright. So... Oh, okay, Sam, gotcha. I mean, I was too, but... There's one boss monster I've missed that I could access now. Oh, Barrel, I think I know which one. It's this one, isn't it? I bet I need secret vision in order to see it. Because when we came here, we were told that it was invisible, I think, weren't we? I bet if we... There's something about this room that feels very odd, as if there's a presence watching us. We probably won't be able to lure it out. Not really? Not even with secret vision we can't see this? Not this one. Oh, okay, Sam. So it sounds like your parents are pretty cool about the whole video game thing. Zonamp, that depends on your children. It's a very individual thing. You have to gauge where your children are at in terms of their ability to distinguish fantasy from reality. If you constantly see your children copying things they see on TV, or if for any other reason you have any suspicion that they might not be able to tell the difference or understand that video games aren't real, then you would hold off and you would be more strict. Whereas if your children demonstrate a good understanding that reality is different from fantasy and video games are fantasy and real life is real, then you can be more laid back about that. It really depends. It depends on how much guidance they need. So it's the kind of thing you'd have to play by ear, and you'd have to know your own children well enough to be able to judge that. Alright, Barrel. Well, let me think. There's a boss I've missed. Barrel, the boss isn't in the underworld, is it? Because if it is, I haven't finished exploring the underworld. Is it in one of the areas that I've already explored? Dragon, why would you ever want to do such a thing? What did I ever do to you to warrant that? It's somewhere I've already been. Alright, Barrel, well, what area? You can at least give me the area, because... I'm looking through the map, and I'm drawing a blank on... Oh, you know what? I was just thinking it might be the workshop. I was gonna say, I bet it's in one of those rooms with the, In fact, I bet it is in the room with the, Mad Eye statue. Hello, Magnus. Welcome. Oh, and it's you again. Hello again. How are you doing? Did you hatch your Scorch yet? I hope your Scorch has been as useful to you as it has to me. Mystical Workshop is quite fascinating, isn't it? To think that I didn't even know this place existed, and it's so close to the Stronghold, too. Funny how some places in the Sanctuary can only be reached with the help of certain monsters, isn't it? Makes them even more important to have. Yeah, no kidding. It's kind of irritating, actually. Anyway, since it seems our fates are intertwined, I've been wanting to give you this. Oh, a Shift Stone. Why, thank you. Guess I don't have to tell you what that is. You should be able to make good use of it, right? From what I've heard, the champion monsters only get tougher the deeper you travel in the Sanctuary. Funny how that works too, huh? Anyway, I'll probably stay here for now, so you'll know where to find me. The Mystical Workshop is quite fascinating. What's the purpose of all those giant cogs? Somebody should study this area. I mean, this whole place was, built by automatons or something, wasn't it? Oh god, Agony. Medusa heads are the last thing this area needs. Okay, I guess a one-turn flurry of blows wasn't enough. Oh, wait. Oh, what game was that, Magnus? There's an SMT concert tomorrow, Sam. Wow, how did I not hear about that? Ah, right, that's Mimics. Ah. Stubbs the Zombie? You found the OG PC release copy you got. Oh, wow. But then they remastered it anyway. I can't say I've ever heard of that game, but... Well, Sam, I mean, since it's just a remaster of Nocturne, we know what the gameplay is going to be. Or are you just interested in seeing footage of it for the sake of seeing how the graphics are? Oh, you mean SMT5. Okay, Sam, gotcha. I thought you were talking about Nocturne. I'm sorry. I think we can go this way, right? Wasn't this supposed to be a shortcut? Ha! Yes, okay, it is. And then I think the... Yeah, alright. So there's this as well. I forgot about this, actually. Shift stone and 2 gold. Is that all? Guess so. Okay, have a good one, Dragonab. Take care. Alright, it has to be up here. Huh? Okay. It's not here. Well, where else have I not been? Set the clock to 11:05? What? How? What the? How do you find out about this? This is a post-game spoiler, Fontes? How do you mean? I can sense a very powerful presence in this room. It's a champion monster, but it's even stronger than regular champion monsters. Be prepared. All right. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Who is this? Vertrag. Wait a minute. Doesn't Vertrag mean slow down in Dutch? Oh, the info to do this is in the post-game. Okay, Fontes. Well, no turning back now. Okay, he does hit quite hard. But not quite as hard as me. Wow. Alright, I'm guessing that was supposed to be an optional super boss. Reward box level 5, Vertrag egg, hourglass. Okay. Yeah, Beryl, I would have said, hold off on something like this till later. Because if it's something that I wouldn't have had the information to be able to find until the post-game, then better to just leave it for that. The entire reason that I was being so careful, Beryl, was because I was trying to determine whether or not it was something that I could reasonably be expected to achieve at this point in the game. And yes, it might have been accessible, but the information wasn't accessible. It's not a huge deal. I'm not furious with you or anything, but for the future, please bear that in mind. A DS... Oh, Dark Souls, you mean, Tatsumi. Agony, for me anyway, once you solve the puzzle with the clock opening the door, I would never have had any reason to believe that there was anything else you could do with the clock. I would have had no reason to set it to every possible time combination, you know? Well, Echo Drop, I'm trying to use it up. I've got way more of it than I know what to do with. Into the underworld. Okay, I guess that's all we have left. Should try to find the key of power before they do. It's our only way to get inside the abandoned tower. Make ice cream out of Hojicha, Echo Drop? I don't think so. I don't think that would work terribly well. Let's see. So I guess all that's left now is... They specifically make ice cream out of Hojicha, Echo Drop? Really? Ah, blast it. Now, you know what? Yeah, Tatsumi, I mean, matcha ice cream is one thing. I do quite like matcha ice cream. But Hojicha ice cream, I don't know. I feel like Hojicha would just be a little bit weird. Well, Echo Drop, I could see something like a masala chai ice cream being really good. Like ice cream with all the masala chai spices and a little bit of black tea essence. That, I think, could be fantastic. But, like, I don't know. Just regular varieties of tea. It'd be hit or miss. Earl Grey might make a decent ice cream. Because of the citrus, the bergamot, but... Toasted rice milk teas. See, Echo Drop, I've never had a milk tea with toasted rice, but I do enjoy matcha iri genmai cha, and just regular genmai cha for that matter. Alright, I'm pretty sure I saw... Yes, okay. A sustain ring. Blech. Ah, Tatsumi, don't worry about it. Sometimes you just need a little bit of tea, even if it's not the most expensive, crazy kind of tea. Okay, I guess we're not getting up there. Okay, Ah. What the hell? It's me! Duh! Oh, that's nice. Alright, you jerk. Nobody pulls the patches on me and lives to tell about it. We can totally make this. Ah! Yeah, Tatsumi, I can't really either. Ice cream that tastes like rice. I don't know. Ah. Oh, okay, that's a one and done. What do we have here? Level badge. What the? Oh, this puts us in the Sun Palace. Interesting. So that's where this connects. Huh. Actually, we better check. You get back here this instant. Okay, Wait, we can close that? Oh, we have to corner him, don't we? Hello, Rolls, welcome. No, actually, Rolls, it is 2:34 p.m., so it would be afternoon. Yeah, Tatsumi, I couldn't describe it better myself. Hojicha ice cream sounds like bread ice cream. Here's one. Phoenix serum. Eh. Okay. Well, I think this guy has just made a fatal error. Because what we can now do is we can close this, and then we can double back, close that, and now we've got him trapped. Yeah, Echo Drop, but nobody buys it. Just because something exists doesn't mean it's a good idea. Whoa! Ugh, okay. Spinner. So there was a little bit more to this guy than met the eye, huh? Weak to magic. Well, this might actually be a job for Bane, Blight, and Bile. Dear God, look at all those status ailment stacks. Now I just need this to crit. Thank you. Ha! Get destroyed. You might look like me, but you don't fight like me. Reward box. Wait! Reward box level 3 for him? Really? No, Rolls. I have two different teams here. That, I put these teams together after I did some research and learned what I've been doing wrong this whole time. That's insane, Agony. Blue cheese ice cream. Couldn't taste it yourself? Well, if you ever have an opportunity to try it, Agony, please let me know if you're still alive afterward. Actually, Magnus, I'm quite curious. Let's hatch him. And actually, there is... Already, I have a name in mind for him. There's only really one appropriate name. Since this guy is basically Nega Franz, we're just going to name him Znarf, which is Franz spelled backwards. I've always been fond of this for doppelgangers of me. Now, let's see what his deal is. Wow! Huh. Occult insect. Spinners are among the most mysterious monsters of the sanctuary. In fact, nothing concrete can be said about their biological nature. Some believe they are simply spider-like creatures, while others believe that they are supernatural entities born from the shadows. The third theory states that a spinner is an amalgam of innumerable small spiders that are controlled by a single shadowy hive mind. So basically, it's a bunch of spiders in a Franz suit. Oh, Prinny's Magnus, yeah. Interesting, Agony. I know that Japan has some novelty ice cream that is deliberately terrible. But, like, it's terrible as a joke. As a matter of fact, there's a place in Tokyo that sells it, or that used to. I don't know if it's still open. This was years ago. But when I was there in 2009, there was a place called Ice Cream City that sold little novelty ice cream cups of salad ice cream, beef tongue ice cream, snake ice cream with actual pieces of snake meat in it, and a bunch of other just intentionally horrendous flavors. Oh yeah, Tatsumi, there are vending machines that sell those, aren't there? Oh, okay, Magnus, gotcha. Desperate time indeed, Tatsumi. Rolls. To answer your question... Rolls, it turns out that what I've been doing wrong is I've been focusing on raw stat boosts through equipment and skills. And it turns out that raw stat boosts alone just are not enough. You need synergy between skills on a single monster, and probably even more importantly, synergy between skills across the monsters on your entire team. And even more than that, in order to make a particular team setup successful, you need late-game equipment that has special effects, such as the hexing rod, the charging sphere, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, Tatsumi, there's the whole Burusera thing, isn't there? Well, Jin, we were just discussing that certain teas probably make very decent ice cream. Matcha ice cream is very good. I've had that, I know it's good. But I personally think Hojicha would be a little bit weird, because Hojicha doesn't lend itself to sweet flavors as well, at least in my view. But I think that ice cream made from something like masala chai would probably be fantastic. Because those are all sweet spices that are used for making masala chai, so they'd probably work really well for ice cream as well. Oh, very good, Rolls. Please, once you get it, take some pictures and post them on the Discord. I'd love to know what you think. Echo Drop, it might not be uncommon in your part of the world. Actually, no, it probably is, because you said you live in America, huh? But I can tell you personally, Echo Drop, from having done a fair bit of traveling and having spent time in Japan, that Hojicha ice cream is not common even in Japan. Oh, Dark Rolls, that's because... Here. It's because it's kind of up to you to follow the link from Moobot and, link your, Discord and your Twitch accounts, Rolls. I don't necessarily give out invites to the Discord so much as it's just a perk that you get from being here. But I guess, I think I might have set Moobot not to spam the command in chat, so... Yeah, Echo Drop, there are places you can get it, but it's not something that you find in every convenience store. You know, it's not like what I would call common. It exists. You can get it if you really want it, but it's not like vanilla or chocolate ice cream. It's not that level of common. It's not as common as matcha ice cream. Matcha ice cream is quite common in Japan, but Hojicha is really a very niche flavor, Echo Drop. And that's in the country that invented Hojicha. Lance! Lance, what are you doing? Hello and welcome. Echo Drop, I don't really feel like that's a fair evaluation. My idea of a niche flavor would be something like, again, masala chai ice cream. And I think that flavor would work really well. Lance, thank you so much for the raid. I know, I can't believe you're not raiding Charlie at this time. because she's streaming. Or are you just mixing it up a little? Either way, thank you so much for the raid. Guys, I need to introduce you to somebody very, very cool. This guy here is my buddy Lance McDonald. Lance McDonald is a really cool guy. He's very nice and very friendly. And he also happens to be very talented at extracting information from video games in the Souls series. He is, in fact, the person behind the 60 FPS mod for Bloodborne. And he's been streaming on Twitch for only a relatively short amount of time, but in that time, he has developed, as you can see from that large raid, quite a following. Because, as I keep telling you, Lance, you're really good at this. Well, delete Twitch, he has some peculiarities to him, but to me, they're part of his charm. No degeneracy in his chat. Lance, you've been playing Kingsfield 4 lately, haven't you? What do you think of it so far? Yes, Vilma, he does have a nice voice. Then again, I've yet to meet an Australian who didn't have a nice voice. Mind you, I think I know all of about 3 Australians on Twitch. I know Lance, I know Vadi, and I know Gun Destiny. And those are the only Australians I know, but they all have great voices, so I'm sure everybody else in Australia is like that too. Right, Lance? Oh, thank you, Virchie. I appreciate that. Oh, very good, Lance. You finished it the other day. Awesome. Excellent. And now you're back to Bloodborne. You just can't stay away from it, can you? Bloodborne. Lance, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. The reason I am streaming now is because I cannot maintain a consistent sleep schedule to save my life. Oh, you're going to be doing your first playthrough of Hollow Knight next. Lance, you are in for a treat. You're going to really like that game. Hollow Knight is a great game. It's a challenging game. It's quite punishing. Lore Masher, again, because what even is a sleep schedule? Lance, I'm going to try to tune in for that because I'm really curious as to your impressions on Hollow Knight. My personal view after having played the whole thing was the base game is fantastic. The God Eater DLC or whatever it was called is not my cup of tea, but I know there are a lot of people who really like that kind of content. It's basically just a DLC with a bunch of boss rushes. And then the Grim Troop DLC was really cool, but I rarely hit walls of bosses in these kinds of games. I hit a hard wall with an optional super boss in the Grim Troop DLC, and I never ended up finishing it. Godmaster, that was it. Well, White, thank you. Yeah, God Eater is a totally different game. Oh, Red Floyd, all the DLC are free now. Interesting. And Lauriasius, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime resub. Welcome back. Yeah, well, my sleep schedule is fake, because I don't have one. Oh, well, Nurpal, if that happens to Lance, there's always sub-only chat. And if need be, there's always emote-only chat. I mean, obviously, as broadcasters, we hate to have to use those, but, you know, they're there for a reason, and if people in chat can't be decent, then, you know, they are an option. Oh, they always were? Maybe I'm just forgetting that they were free. Frankly, I don't remember what I paid for them, actually, now that you mention it, so maybe they were always free. In which area? Echo Drop, where you live? Oh, Lore Masher, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate the support. Hang on. Sorry, Automod is catching stuff that I don't necessarily need it to catch. Rolls, what are you doing? Echo Drop, that's probably a fairly new thing. You live in the US, right? My guess is you probably live somewhere where there's a lot of, for lack of a better term, hipsterism in the local restaurants or something. Because, alright, well, one thing at a time. Dark Rolls, thank you so much. Oh, Bay Area, California. Yeah, Echo Drop, that explains it. That's going to be the exception rather than the rule, Echo Drop. That is very much a function of the very specific area where you live. Rolls, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs to Jomdoro, Kaiju Jubei, Tatsumi, Valukas. Valukas, I think I've seen you at Kara's streams before, haven't I? Bearman Pig 15, Kapikami, Froggo Prince, Koji 104, Blissful Desecration, and Kokomi... Oh, Cocoa Milk Sage. Thank you so much, Dark Rolls. Jeez. Well, I guess I mean both, Echo Drop. I do like that username, Rolls. I've seen a few permutations of it over the years. Back when I was playing Final Fantasy XI, there was a guy on my server whose username was Man Bear Pig is Real. But yeah, Echo Drop, pretty much I'm going to have to echo Tatsumi there. I believe you that it exists and that you can get it readily where you live, but it being readily available where you live is the exception rather than the rule, and I think it's a bit of an acquired taste. Doesn't mean people are wrong for enjoying it, but I have a hard time imagining having never actually tried it. If I ever have an opportunity to try it, I probably would, especially now, because you've got me curious as to whether it'd actually be any good, but... Oh, it's an Al Gore thing on South Park. Gotcha, Rolls. Okay. Well, Rolls, thank you again for the 10 gift subs. Lance, if you're still here, thank you again so much for the raid. And, Lance, I imagine you're probably, well, it must be quite late in Australia now. I imagine you're probably getting ready for bed. So, assuming you haven't already ducked out, good night to you. And I look forward to our paths crossing again. So, for anybody coming in with the raid, I should probably, I guess, introduce myself, first of all, and then tell you what game we're playing. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. And I used to be primarily a Souls community guy, which is how I got to know Lance, but some time ago I switched over to variety streaming because, frankly, I need a little bit more variety in my life than just Souls. Excellent, Rolls. Glad to have you. And this game is called Monster Sanctuary. This is actually a really, really cool game. It's a lot more interesting and complicated than I thought it would be when I first picked it out off of PSN. Although it is also available on the Switch and via Xbox Game Pass. And it is self-described by its developers as a hybrid of Pokemon and Metroidvania. Well, White, especially if you're a Twitch broadcaster and you play video games for a living. But I'm perfectly alright with that. I have no problems with this lifestyle at all. This way of life suits me quite well, personally. No, Lore Masher, it is absolutely true. You try doing nothing but making Souls content for 12 years. Go ask Vadi how it's worked for him. That poor guy, every time he tries to play something that isn't Souls, people get super nasty to him. They're like, next lore video when? Lol. You stupid, not upload lore video. Well, White, it depends on, I guess, the size of your channel and how much money you make. If you're a university student and all of your time has to go to studying, then yeah, you're not going to have much time to stream. But if you are self-employed and able to work from home anyway, as I am, and I consider myself very fortunate for that, then it becomes a little bit easier to get in some streams once you've met your quota for the day. That's true, Floyd. Yes, it also depends upon the quality of the available internet connection and any laws that might govern how you're classified in terms of your taxes or as a business if you're a Twitch broadcaster. Yeah, Lore Masher, but it's just not tenable for most of us to make nothing but Souls content because there's only so much you can say about the Souls series. You know, there's only so much that you can stretch out of it, and it's been 12 years. Well, no, 11 years, I think. Because Demon Souls came out in 2009, and that was the start of it. And we're now in 2021. No, it has been 12 years. And in that 12 years, a ton of content has been made about the Souls games. So we're now looking back on 12 years worth of an entire community that got larger and larger as the series got larger as well. An entire community producing content for those games. The market is long past saturated. Well, you know, Roge Sage, wait, Rouge Sage? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I ever had to go back to university for whatever reason, and I certainly hope I don't have to, but if I ever did, I would want to take online classes. I would want to do it from home. Especially now that the infrastructure for doing it from home has been brought front and center in terms of national budget priorities. Well, White, exactly, and that's the issue, is everybody has said pretty much everything there is to say about the Souls games now. So there's really not all that much new content left to make. You know, when somebody data mines something new out of the games, or when somebody like Lance develops a frame rate patch, then that's awesome, but those things are very, very few and far between nowadays. And there's only so much content that you can make. And I don't want to be stuck where I have an audience that will only show up if I'm playing a Souls game. I already I've got one foot in the hole as far as being in that position goes. But at the very least, there are some folks in my community who will still come watch a stream of something like this that isn't Souls, you know? Well, Roge Sage, it depends on what degree you're taking, what course of study you're in, I suppose. And I guess also it depends on what kind of person you are. If you're the kind of person who doesn't mind doing the work at home, who's willing to do a little bit more, you know, put in more effort in exchange for being able to do all of it in a comfortable, familiar environment, which I am, I think that would work brilliantly for me. But I know that there are people who can't focus in that environment and who need separation between their home and their workplace or their school. Well, Echo Drop, I'm just grateful that anybody shows up at all. Frankly, I'm amazed anybody from Lance's stream stuck around, because here I am, 20 minutes after the raid, literally haven't touched the controller, which I suppose should go some way toward making clear what kind of broadcaster I am. I'm very chat-focused. Oh, yeah, White, you are very lucky to be studying in Sweden. For me, from where I'm standing, I am perfectly happy not to have to directly interact with any other people. I would rather not, frankly. Commuting into a school is a hassle to me that I would rather not deal with. Having to deal with interpersonal interactions in person is a hassle I would rather not deal with. Having to sit in class and try to pay attention in uncomfortable chairs when I'm just basically being talked at is not a learning style that works for me. But again, I totally understand that for some people, they can't stay focused in the home environment. They need the feeling of being surrounded by others. You know, they need those more direct interactions, or they need the school setting in order to be able to give it their full attention. I get that. I totally get it. Alright, so I think we have to... Yeah, okay. We pull that. And then we pull this, and we loop back around. Yeah, well, White, and other people like you who have learning challenges like ADD or ADHD or autism spectrum diagnoses or anything like that, being in a university or just generally a school setting where you have access to the supports can be super important. I totally appreciate that. I used to work with kids on the autism spectrum, so I know how that is. Huh. Okay, so that's probably for once I've... Yeah, White, that's more or less what I'm talking about, is the structure that people just need. Whereas for me, I'm the opposite. That structure makes life more difficult for me. Ah, good luck, Hunter. Alright, well, this one's a little tricky. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I bet... Oh, okay. I guess not. Well, the reason, or one of the reasons that it's a hybrid between Pokemon and Metroidvania, Lore Masher, is that in Pokemon, abilities that would be the equivalent of, like, Surf or Fly, they become your 2D movement abilities in this game. Your traversal abilities. So, for example, the Griffin monster, you ride, and it increases your jump, and it can glide, and it can fly. But then you've got stuff like the Goblin Miner that has the ability to break through walls, and then the dragons, which can lift you up off the ground and give you a lot of additional airtime. And you saw grapple, and then there's other stuff that lets you activate puzzles or parts of puzzles. Ooh, ghost form, actually. Then there's stuff like this, which lets you ignore random oh, right. Let's try that again. As I was saying, which lets you ignore random encounters. So it's an interesting game in that regard, and there we go. All right. Oh. Ah. Okay, that's how we were supposed to get up there, I guess. Wait a minute, then what? Well, Lord Masher, not so much sequence breaking as I think it might just have been an alternative way of getting there. I have a feeling I wasn't meant to be able to defeat the Griffinics quite so soon. So it just happens that Griffinix's ability enabled me to get through... Alright, what? Okay, so there's some way... There has to be some way that we can get over there from here. Or not. Okay, Red Floyd, have a good one. Take care. Oh, yikes, Echo Drop. That's not good. Okay, blast it. Alright, you know what? Okay, Roach Sage, take care! Thank you very much for dropping by with the raid. Good luck with your studying. Oh, see, Targo tanks, Ice Bolt from these guys like it's nothing. Alright, so... I've gotten that already. How the heck did I get down there? Oh, I know. I think I see the solution to this. Or not. There we go. I guess I have to go in this way. Oh, very good, Lore Masher. Okay, Oh, okay, now we can get through here. So, what I have to do, it looks like, is... Oh. No? Bloody hell. Oh, Lore Masher, if you wanted advice on the Matador fight, I could have given you some. I could have shown you exactly what to do. Let me grab that clip for you. If only Twitch made these even remotely easy to access. Here we go. There, Lore Masher, that's how you handle Matador. Or that's my preferred way to handle him, at least. No, Lore Masher, I did not level cripple him. I also did not out-level him at all. I used min-maxing and a smart strategy. I gave all my melee attackers Dark Might, and I fought him on a full moon. And I made sure to bring units that were capable of buffs and debuffs. It's all about smart strategy. It has nothing to do with over-leveling. The team I was using, in fact, was roughly on par with him. Hello, Rockethead! Yeah, I had Uzume for this fight as well in this particular case. Very helpful, especially due to the wind resistance. All right. Ah. Oh, nice, Lore Masher. Yeah, Matador, for a boss that you fight that early in the game, they really throw the book at you. Bloody hell, how even... You killed him with a counter. Nice. All right. Maybe it's through here. Okay, it was through here. Oh, that was nice of them, Rockethead. I hope you enjoy it. All right, well, now I see the solution to this. I was going about it the wrong way. I thought for some reason I had to come in from this direction. But I have to go in from the other direction instead. Which means I have to leave through the roof. Man, I love this Griffin. The movement is so good. Okay, yeah. This was what we had to do. Oh, yeah, Lore Masher, if you want. Those are just some silly meme videos that, Oh, I shouldn't have done this yet. The real homie ending? Which one are you referring to, Lore Masher? The one where you just reset everything back to the way it was? True neutral? Oh, that homie ending. Okay. Of course. Actually, Lore Masher, it's best to do that ending first, because that ending gets you the Pierce skill for your protagonist. There we go. Huh? Looks like it's Leonard. Why is he just skulking around here? Oh, it's you. I didn't notice you there. Oh, did this idiot have his familiar taken? I suppose I was lost in thought. You probably already noticed that my most loyal companion, my spectral lion, is gone. I fought against one of the alchemists, and it gave me a lot to digest. We're sorry for your loss, Leonard. The same thing happened to Will. But that's not everything. You see, I believe I recognized that alchemist. He wore a grinning mask and called himself Kimes, but that's not his real name. I believe his real name is Richard, my older brother who went missing a few years ago. What? That must have been quite a shock. During the fight, I wasn't sure of it yet. There was something deeply unsettling about him, but I only realized it after the fact. You see, since he was older than me, Richard was always destined to have the spectral lion. He hatched his first monster from a very early age, and he quickly became known as a very smart and talented monster keeper. He was considered a genius who could possibly rise to the rank of Keeper Master. However, those closest to him knew that there was a dark side to him as well. He was overambitious, always ready to sacrifice his own monsters if it meant he could capture a champion monster and advance his esteem. Sounds like you've inherited a little bit of that, too. Our family feared that it was too risky to pass the spectral familiar on to him, that it could corrupt him even more. However, it didn't help him either when they chose me to be the spectral keeper instead. He ran off and nobody heard from him since. I always took pride in the fact that I was chosen over him to be the spectral keeper, but deep down I knew it was only thanks to happenstance. Losing to him confirmed it for me. So it seems like Richard joined the Alchemists because they offered him that which he was denied. Just like how the Alchemists want to regain that which they believe they deserve to have, a place in the old world. When they don't get what they want, they resort to trickery and underhanded schemes. Is that really the legacy they want to leave on this world? Razis showed us that they could be better than that. Anyway, we should be careful with Richard, or as he calls himself, Kimes. He's stolen 2 spectral familiars so far. That is true. More than anything, this has shown me just how serious this situation is. Richard didn't just steal my familiar for his own personal reasons. There must be more to it. When he defeated me, he said something about how their leader Marduk would be so pleased with him. We gathered as much too. The entire sanctuary is tied to our power, so it's quite troubling that they're targeting us. That's why we have to do all in our power to stop them. Mind you, just because I lost to my brother doesn't mean I'm giving up. I still have plenty of strong monsters to form a powerful team. I'll get stronger and prove that I deserve to be a spectral keeper. Looks like you didn't lose your resolve. That's great, Leonard. For now, you may take the lead. I'll stay here a while longer. Oh, finally ready to be a team player, huh, Leonard? What? Okay. Oh, I see what that did. It put a grapple point. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I see. The old world is the area outside the sanctuary, Lore Masher. The sanctuary is actually a relatively small place. And it's protected by a magic force field that... that nobody can pass. Honestly, Rakish Sage, if I had known about this game while it was still in development, I would have applied for a writer position. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what it did. There we go. Okay, so I guess we must somehow need... Oh, I see why we need to be able to go over the roof. Because it gets us around the pillar when we do this. Nah, Lore Masher, your friend just doesn't appreciate proper min-maxing. So we meet again, Keeper. I don't know how, but you managed to prevent the Monster Sanctuary from shifting towards darkness. And now you are here, you might very well be the most capable Keeper the Sanctuary has to offer at the moment. The Sanctuary was only saved thanks to one monster's sacrifice. You underestimate how much a single person or a single monster can do. Regardless of your actions, the tides of history cannot be averted. The Order of Alchemists is a force that has shaped the fate of the world for thousands of years. Those who think that our order can be reduced to a footnote in history are wholly mistaken. That's not what we're trying to do. The Order of Alchemists could very well make the Sanctuary its new home as long as they're not causing any trouble. Razas already understood that and turned away from Marduk's teachings. That traitor doesn't deserve to call himself an alchemist. He's still practicing alchemy because he cares about keeping alchemy alive. He's a true alchemist. As long as we're forced to stay here, we are nothing but prisoners. We're deprived of our freedom to go where we want to go. That's what the old world has done to us. You Keepers should be the ones turning over to our cause, not the other way around. But in almost 500 years of Sanctuary history, Monster Keepers have never dared to dream of escaping from their self-made prison. And what's worse is that you force monsters as well as people like us to share in your pitiful delusion. Over the centuries, the Sanctuary has amassed a formidable array of monsters as well as Keepers who've learned to control them. The time has come to mobilize the force that the Monster Sanctuary has become to take over the entire world. This guy, he talks a big game, but he's really just a greedy tyrant. The Monster Sanctuary represents so much more than just that. You grew up to be a Monster Keeper and later decided to join the Alchemists, correct? If you grew up in the Sanctuary and yet can't see it for anything but a force to be used for conflict, we can't help you. That's truly how you see the Sanctuary. We have no choice but to stop you. Even if you did stop us, don't you think others would eventually come to the same conclusion as us? As I said, the tides of history cannot be averted. We represent more than just the will of our leader Marduk. We represent a change that will sweep across the world. You seek the Key of Power, don't you? I've already found it. It's in the treasure chest right behind me. But that is not all I found. This stone plate next to me has runes written on it which allow the one who deciphers them to summon a powerful monster. Unfortunately for you, I also already managed to decipher those runes. Behold, great Fafnir, grant me fierce cunning and dark resolve to smite those who stand in my path. Oh, good. Weak against physical, huh? My friend, I'm afraid you've summoned the wrong ally to rely on. You bet everything on red. But it's just come up black. Nikita, I have been, finding some of the lore from the old world. I have, genuinely. It's in the monster descriptions in the, journal. Sorry, Zosimos, what was that you were saying about a powerful monster? I couldn't hear you over this monster dying. In one turn. Well, two. Take that clip and show it to your friend, Lore Masher. Once again, you managed to best me, Keeper. Perhaps you may be able to quell the tides of history for now. You may take the Key of Power and proceed to the abandoned tower. There you will face the combined power of the Order of Alchemists. The fate of our order shall be decided there. I love how we just let him leave, and we make no attempt to stop him. Oh, good. We got a Key of Power. That's the Key of Power. No, he didn't, Agony. He just had his morals trampled into the dirt. That's the Key of Power. There's no doubt about it. I can feel that there's some powerful magic inside of it. We've come quite a long way, haven't we? Now we'll even open the door to the abandoned tower. It's located beyond the mystical workshop, which is above the stronghold dungeon. We should make sure that we're ready before we go there, though. I'm fairly confident that I'm ready. What I'm curious about, though... A leader bike? Tatsumi, are you talking about like a really small motorcycle, like a moped? Echo Drop, that's a man who would give up everything for power and world conquest. He's a man who deserves to have his pathetic, greedy, tyrannical ideology stomped on until nothing is left but dust. Actually, no, huh? Oh, I think that was a levitate block, wasn't it? Oh, I don't know, Echo Drop. Sensible people who aren't assholes? People who don't just care about power and nothing else? What the? Huh. No, huh? Hello, Gorgelon, welcome! Yeah, you know what, Fontes? I don't think I would turn down a hint here, because I'm guessing we have to... Ghost form did occur to me, Cream and Sugar, but it's only for avoiding enemies. It doesn't let you walk through walls. Like... See... Well, Echo Drop, world domination would be doing exactly that. World domination would be curb stomping everybody else into the ground so you get to run the world. That is an ideology that should be curb stomped into the ground. It's the logical fallacy, Echo Drop, of whether you should tolerate intolerance. And the correct answer is no, you should not tolerate intolerance. People who are intolerant will disingenuously try to argue that you should tolerate them. But it's a fallacy. Intolerance should not be tolerated. The big pillar needs to be fully raised to the top? Big pillar. That? Not here, clearly. Oh, come on. Big pillar needs to be raised all the way to the top. Disingenuous is your current argument. Okay, Echo Drop, let me put it to you this way. Should America have made the effort to understand Nazi Germany? Should America have been more tolerant of a country that was trying to wipe out the Jews? Not to mention a bunch of other races and ethnicities as well? Answer me that. To the left of this area, there's a lever. Raise it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Fontes. Oh, Echo Drop, you did not make sufficiently clear that you were memeing. I thought you were saying that in earnest. if you're memeing Echo Drop, you gotta use a kappa, dude. Because otherwise, it's not going to be clear to people that you're not genuinely arguing in favor of something terrible. Okay, I'm guessing... Yeah, okay, Fontes. I see. Tatsumi, it's funny you mention that because Japan in general seems to really admire the Third Reich as much because of their fashion sense as because of anything else. Which, I mean, all of the terrible stuff aside, I have to laugh at because Hugo Boss really made an impression on you guys, didn't he? Wait, this... Echo Drop, you just type them in text. Oh, for goodness sake. Ugh. Oh, you enter from the top. Okay, Fontes. Thank you. Echo Drop, to type a kappa, you just type capital K, lowercase appa. Literally, you just type the name of the emote in chat. That's all. Very simple, no complicated buttons to push. If you can type anything else in chat, then typing kappa is very easy. There you go, see? Much more convenient than trying to use the emote selector, Echo Drop. Oh, Echo Drop, if you're not familiar with kappa, that would explain why you did... Okay. So, Echo Drop, kappa is an emote that... it's meant to express sarcasm or otherwise that you're memeing and you don't genuinely mean something you type in chat. There are limitations on what sorts of things kappa can excuse. But it has the connotation in general of sarcasm, and it's universally understood across Twitch. If you add it after something you type in chat, to mean that you're not being serious. Yeah, Lore Masher, I think most of us know the reason that the original PogChamp got replaced. It was because Gutex went on Twitter a few weeks ago and said some really ignorant, toxic shit. Well, yeah, Lore Masher, he had, but I guess people either didn't pay close enough attention to it, or only recently, when this stuff has come more to the forefront in the mainstream media and more people are aware of it and conscious of it, only then, I guess, did Twitch finally decide to make a move. Oh, okay. Huh. Honestly, Tatsumi, I kind of like today's Japan better, to be completely frank with you. I think as many weird and silly things have come out of modern Japan, I think a lot of great things have come out of modern Japan as well. No, I'm going the wrong way again. Yeah, sometimes follows its own rules when it feels like it, Lore Masher. Alright, I need a crystal shard. There we go. And I guess... Well, I guess now we've done everything else, we can head to the... Actually, before we do that, I want to check the golem shop. Welcome back. How can Trade Golem assist you at this moment? I think that's actually nothing. So he didn't restock any of his unique stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, Kaylee, it absolutely does. It's... Oh, Jin beat me to it. Lore Masher, you can... But until you reach the maximum level with at least one monster, you can only use level badges on monsters that are up to one level below your highest monster. So it's basically a way of ensuring that the monsters that aren't in your party can catch up to the ones that are. Hello, Nightshade, welcome! That's correct, Lore Masher. As long as you have a main team that you've been leveling up, you can use the level badges to catch up all of the monsters in your side roster that you haven't been leveling. Hey, Franz! Phew! I'm glad I made it in time. I heard about the Key of Power and all that, you know? How all 4 Spectral Keepers need to be there to open the door to the abandoned tower. Well, to be honest, I don't know if I still qualify as a Spectral Keeper after what happened, but still, I want to help. I wanted to let you know that I've become much stronger, too. Let me prove it to you in a duel. Oh, didn't even wait for consent, just attacked me. Jeez, Will, you've gotten overzealous. Ah, gotcha, Kaylee. It's hard to pick that out in text. Especially, again, because you didn't include a kappa. The kappa would have made the sarcasm a little more clear, and I think we would have been able to better identify that you were alluding to something. At which point the logical conclusion would have been Hollywood. Well, I see that Will has been busy. Yeah, the kappa definitely applied there, Kaylee. Because you were being sarcastic, right? You were saying, gee, I wonder if America has its own version of that. Was kind of the intent, right? In which case, a kappa is perfectly appropriate, and it definitely would have made your intent a little more clear. Well, it did, Kaylee, that's the problem. It came out as a statement of direct fact, not a sarcastic allusion. Like, it sounded like you were asking a genuine question expecting an answer. Without the kappa. And, again, that's why text communication without the voice gets tricky. You mean straightforward America has its own version? Oh, okay. Then it was just your choice of wording, Kaylee. Don't worry about it. No harm done. The way that you worded it, though, made it sound like you didn't know the answer and were looking for an answer. When you said, I'm sure that America has its own version, the implication there was that you didn't know whether it did. And so, the response that people gave in earnest in an attempt to answer the question they thought you were asking was to tell you. Anyway, it's fine. No harm done. Oh, I think we can just sweep them now. Sorry, Will. Also, sorry, Will's monsters. Right, actually, how much... Oh, we'd even do fairly decent damage with, with level 2 claws. Man. Squish! Ha! That was a good fight, wasn't it? Remember when we first met in the Blue Caves? We were both just Keeper aspirants, while Julia and Leonard were Keeper Lancers. Now I'm a Keeper Ranger, and I thought I've grown so much. But I think you've grown way more than I have. Nah, I've just been eating all the steroids, Will. You see, if you want to become a super strong monster keeper, you have to eat the steroids. Don't discourage yourself. Your spectral wolf would be proud to see you right now, Will. Thank you, but Franz shows me how much better I can still become. That is true, but because of your drive, I pronounce you worthy of the title of a Spectral Keeper. You should come with us. Thank you, it means a lot to me. I'll go ahead to the door to the abandoned tower then. It should be just ahead. Yeah, Fontez, I shuffled around a bunch of names because I wasn't happy with where they ended up. Oh, and of course, Leonard now has a dark rainbow dash. Oh, there he is, everyone. We've been waiting for you. Eric already told us about everything. Oh, and interestingly enough, Julia hasn't had her spectral familiar stolen. It's a scarf, Nikita. I'll be able to show you in a moment. Can't open the gate to the abandoned tower without all 4 spectral familiars, can we? I'm just not sure if we still count as spectral keepers if we lost our spectral familiars. Quit your yammering! Each one of us has made it here through the most dangerous areas of the sanctuary. We are the ones who are willing to do anything it takes to save the sanctuary. If not us, do you think that scoundrel who stole our familiars through trickery and subterfuge deserves to be called a spectral keeper? Nay, I refuse to believe that. Surely nobody will deny that we remain the true spectral keepers of the sanctuary. Huh, maybe you're right. Let's try to open the gate so we can find out for sure. We need that key of power you found in the underworld to open it. Insert the key of power now. We are ready to face the monsters of the abandoned tower as well as the alchemists waiting inside. That's some door. You're not the first person to make that observation, Kaylee, but I'll be able to show you in a moment. We really did it. We opened the gate to the abandoned tower. So we are still spectral keepers in spirit, I suppose. Spectral keepers, finally I found you. I risked my life getting here. Phew. They probably broke out. What happened? You're the jail keeper, aren't you? That I am, although I didn't do a good job being one. Here's what happened. I was watching over those 2 alchemists you'd caught, as is my duty. But suddenly it was like a smoke bomb exploded and enveloped the entire jail and its surrounding areas. Before I even had a chance to call for help, I heard the alchemist's cell opening and the alchemists escaping. At first, I tried to find the Keeper Dragoon, Eric, but nobody seems to know where he is. The last time we saw him was when the gate to the underground was opened. That's strange. I hope he's all right. Either he's all right, or he's Marduk. Anyway, you did a good job informing us. Please keep looking for Eric and let him know that we opened the abandoned tower. The abandoned tower? Alright, I'll do my best. Just let me catch me breath for a moment. Guess we'll be seeing those two alchemists again in the tower. Seems like just about the entire Order of Alchemists is... Yeah, somehow they got into the tower before we even opened the door. No matter, our battle plan stays the same. Let's try to stick close to each other as we explore the tower. Follow me. This is it. If we defeat those alchemists, you, Will, Leonard, and Julia, we become legends among the keepers of the sanctuary. Let's do our best to go down as heroes in the history books. Can't believe that the path to the abandoned tower has been opened, let alone that you folk want to go in there. So, Kaylee... This guy right here is basically a doppelganger of the male protagonist, and you can see very clearly that what he's wearing is a scarf. However, more than that, if we save and quit, you can see that on the menu screen, the actual main character is wearing a scarf. Oh boy, time to hit every blasted wall in this whole place. Ah, a new enemy type. Thanatos. Interesting. Well, they certainly look ominous. Oh, and they are also quite tough. We need to two-turn this. Well, we got a Beeloid egg. I have been wanting to try a team comp with Beeloid. Okay. Really? There's a grapple point there. That's strange. No, it has 101 different monsters, Agony. Exactly 2/3 as many as Gen 1 Pokemon. Nikita, Thanatos was a son of Nyx. Damn it, I didn't mean to... And he was known as a god of death, but not necessarily a god of a peaceful death. Thanatos was known for having chains that he would use to, I guess, perform his duties, and one day, the reason actually, in fact, that, I want to say it was Sisyphus, who was a king. The reason Sisyphus ended up being tortured eternally in Tartarus was because he tricked Thanatos on one occasion into tying himself up in his own chains. As a result of which, Thanatos became incapacitated and nobody could die, which pissed off Ares. And Ares eventually went and rescued him. Oh, you know it, Kaylee. Okay. Ah, come on. Whatever. Get punched. Alright, so this is progress, which means that before I go anywhere else, I want to go down. Yeah, Nikita, Thanatos didn't discriminate. He was just all about some death. Didn't matter how it happened. That's one way to put it, Tatsumi. Oh wait, no, that's water. Wait, no, that's ice. You know what? I don't think I have a familiar that lasted... Okay. Bloody hell. No, Tatsumi, that's the last thing we need. Oh, look at the way this guy runs. Definitely not a human gait. Okay. Two rubies, not bad. I wonder if I just... Ah! Okay. Interesting. I was gonna say, I wonder why that would be there. It clearly wasn't for the sake of giving me access to anywhere. Okay, and this one we have, at least. Aha. Yeah, a very unusual switch, Fontez. The only one like it in the game so far, in fact. Schlorp. Ah. Personally, I think it's fun just walking around as a blob. Whatever. We'll take him. Oh, I think we might have whiffed one of those. We won't whiff this, though. Oh, and we got a Thanatos egg. Cool. Any secrets? No. Ugh. Oh, but we can't afford to stay as the blob because we have to check for hidden walls. Oh, there's Will. Exertion, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Very much appreciate your support. Crazy to think that it was only thanks to those champion monsters that we could catch up with Leonard and Julia. The alchemists have caused a lot of damage, but it also allowed us to rise to the challenge. Exertion! Exertion, what are you doing? Exertion, that was $100 of bits. Thank you so much for the $100 of bits, the 10,000 bits. Exertion, geez, you didn't need to do that. Thank you. Exertion, thank you so much for keeping the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. I seriously appreciate that. Exertion, seriously. Thank you. That is a tremendous amount of support, and it really does make a tremendous difference enabling me to continue doing this. So, I'm very grateful. Also, we probably never would have ended up exploring the abandoned tower. This is a historic moment for sure. I'm glad that I could be part of this adventure alongside you and the others. Thank you for everything. You know, considering that this place is actually physically a tower that you can just go to, and that it has an entrance on one of the middle floors that you can just land, for example, a flying monster on, we could have gotten in here with Griffin. Okay, well, this is clearly progress, so let me just funnel first. Well, Exertion, I'm really happy to have you, and not just because you throw money at me. I really appreciate your stopping by and watching and hanging out and just being here. sapphire. Whoops. You've never had the powdered stuff, Dark Rolls? Okay, Tatsumi. Enjoy your dinner. Dark Rolls, how did... the only form of matcha that you can get is powdered matcha. Well, okay, I guess that's not 100% true. There's tencha, which is matcha before being powdered. But other than that... all your friends spent their stimulus checks on GPUs? Lord Masher, your friends are lucky they were even able to find GPUs for sale. Oh, you've had sencha, but not matcha. Okay. Rolls, matcha is something very different from regular powdered green tea. It's a very specific grade of Japanese green tea that's handled and processed in a very particular way. Matcha is specifically the powdered stuff. Japanese green tea that is not powdered is not matcha. So if you've never had the powdered stuff, then you've never actually had matcha. Rolls. Matcha is really good. I really like it. And if you get the good stuff, which Harney & Sons does sell, they sell a very good quality matcha. It's different. It's an experience. It's actually got some texture to it because you're mixing the powdered form of the leaf in with the water rather than just extracting the compounds from the leaf. You're consuming the leaf itself. Dark Rolls, if you're buying from Harney, I would try the thin grade first to see if you like it. Or if you have money to spare, if you just got your stimulus check, then go ahead and buy the thick grade. The thin grade, I believe, is called Jobetsugi. And then the thick grade is called Senju no Mukashi, I think. And then the super thick, like, tea ceremony grade, I believe they call Unjo no Tomo. Too granular, Tatsumi? Even after you mix it well? Because matcha can end up granular if you don't whisk it enough. But if you whisk it sufficiently, it should be pretty smooth. Ah, nice jalapeno. Although, Tatsumi, I guess even if you do whisk it properly, I suppose I can understand that it does still have a certain way that it feels in your mouth that I guess some people might find unpleasant. Oh, matcha with azuki gin. Sweet red bean paste, probably, right? I never did like azuki. It was always just... it always just tasted like sugar to me, without much other flavor. But matcha I quite like, and matcha pastries that have a lot of, like, fresh cream in them and not too much sugar, those I enjoy. Not quite unpleasant, just granular. Interesting, Tatsumi. Well, you might actually like a thinner grade of matcha then, Tatsumi. Rather than the thicker stuff, which definitely will have more of that texture. Echo Drop, sugar isn't actually anything I need in my life at all. I could live without it. Oh, pfft. Well, I guess that one was pretty obvious. This one, however... oh, this is a shortcut. Huh. Well, they certainly are testing us to see if we have every movement ability. Okay, no secrets there, clearly. Oh yeah, the matcha-flavored mochi can be pretty good as well, Jin. The problem with those is they usually tend to be too expensive. Like, you'll get a small box of them, and it'll be like $8 or $9. I think in the West they end up being overpriced because they're considered to be an exotic item, and people just don't know what they should be paying for them. Oh, okay. We have a few more of these. Okay, so... Oh, I wonder if... Yeah, okay. Huh. That's an interesting way of handling that puzzle. And of course, here's our shortcut. Very good. Yeah, Tatsumi, it goes for any product that's considered foreign or exotic, or that people are led to believe, whether falsely or otherwise, is uncommon in the current country that they're in. Oh, what have we here? That looks like a dangerous enemy. One whose egg I would very much like to collect. Darnation? Oh wow, they are quite resistant to physical. That did cross my mind as well, Rolls. And we got the egg. Excellent. Apparently it was a shifted one as well. Oh, hi, Leonard. Just between you and me, I feel afraid. Not afraid of losing against another one of the alchemists, but more afraid of facing my brother again. I just wish that things hadn't gone the way they did. Never mind, there's nothing else to do now but press on and face our destiny. Ooh, a buckler. Defense, crit chance, receive an additional stack of sidekick and barrier. Interesting, maybe there's a use for that. Oh, I see, we're being timed. Ha! Well, I have Griffin. Ooh, a skill potion. Oh, okay. Nothing over there. KR, he had his spectral familiar stolen, so I guess that slapped a little bit of humility into him. All right. I'm pretty sure. Really? That's nothing? Okay. Oh, I did have a familiar that had Bubble Burst. I went and took Flans out of storage for nothing. Hey, have you noticed anything strange so far about the abandoned tower? Yeah, there's nobody here. We've already covered more than half of the tower. I've had a look ahead in the next couple of rooms, and still none of us have found any trace of the alchemist. The entire place seems to be, well, abandoned. Good, I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Do we actually know for sure that Marduk and the other alchemists are here? Where do we know that from? You know it from a most reliable source. Me! Ah ha ha! Oh, there they are. Alchemists, I knew it! You were actually following us, weren't you? You have our deepest gratitude for opening the abandoned tower for us. You were using us all along? That's right. All it took was a simple lie. Ha ha ha! Marduk isn't in the tower, is he? He never was. But where has he been for all that time? Nobody's seen him in the sanctuary for hundreds of years. Wrong! It's been hundreds of years since I've worn my true face. It's gonna be Eric, of course it is. Ah, there he is. Eric? No! You're not really Eric. You figured it out. The man you've been calling Eric, whom you thought to be a Keeper Dragoon, was actually our leader, Marduk. But how? Eric was an accomplished monster keeper who'd been known to the sanctuary for his entire life. 20 years ago, I ambushed Eric while he was traveling in the magma chamber. Given the territory, it was easy to dispose of his body. Oh, wow. I then used an ancient, forbidden alchemical method to take on his appearance and voice. Just as I had done with many other monster keepers for the last 300 years. The Alchemy Rangers. The best mask is the one that nobody suspects. The Frozen Oracle called you an undying devil. We see now that she wasn't exaggerating at all. As a spectral familiar, one of the immortal guardians of the sanctuary, I swear to you that you will pay for what you've done. You can't stop us now. In fact, you've only helped us so far. Ostanes, Valalar, Chimes, take care of these two. Zosimos, come with me. We just let them go. Hey, not so fast. Don't go running off now, haha. I'm itching for a fight against another spectral keeper. We won't let you pass without a fight either, isn't that right, Ostanes? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. This time you'll have to face both of us at the same time, haha. Oh, how I've been waiting for this moment. Let's deal with these two quickly. We don't know what the true goals of Marduk are, but we have to stop him. So Julia is totally going to have her familiar stolen here. All right. Bring it. Well, I hope you fools are ready to join Eric. because I sure am not holding anything back here. Good job, losers! Who's next? A reward box level 4. What? How could this happen, Austinese? I had the perfect strategy! Hey, it's not my fault. I did my part perfectly. Hey, looks like we missed the action. Did you defeat both of them, Franz? We did, but that's not important right now. We've been deceived. Over 20 years ago, Marduk took on the appearance and identity of Eric, and he used us to open up the abandoned tower. The alchemists weren't waiting in the tower, they just followed us inside. Unbelievable. Marduk used our trust against us. Bad news. I'm still trying to process how it happened, but I also lost against... I knew it. That means he's got my familiar now, too. That makes it 3. The ruthless villain of a brother. I'm sorry for your loss, Julia. I know exactly how it feels. No matter. We need a new plan. Will, you and I should put these 2 alchemists away again. Once we've done that, we'll come back here as fast as possible. Sounds good. Let's go. Well, back to jail for you losers. And I will scout ahead again. It's not like I have much else to lose now anyway. Don't worry. I know we'll get our spectral familiars back. The alchemists don't have anywhere to run now. She's right. All we can do now is to keep follow this path to the top of the tower. I wonder if the team that did this game was not natively a team of English speakers. No doubt we'll have to face Chimes along the way as well. Don't worry about me. I know that you're a remarkable monster keeper. Our journey together has shown me that. If there's anyone who can defeat him, it's you. So actually, this was the progress all along. It wasn't Frog Nation, Dark Rolls. Oh, okay, this is another movement ability check. Ah. Okay, and this is another shortcut. I know, Rolls, I know. Oh good, more of this. Alright, Schnoofy, it's your time to, schnoof. Oh, come on. Oh, and we had to light all the torches. I see. You defeated those 2 alchemists 2-on-1, didn't you? Wow. I mean, they still only had 6 monsters between them. I can still remember seeing you stroll into the Keeper's stronghold with your very first monsters in tow. Ha! Oh, you look confused. Perhaps because I seem so upbeat despite what happened to my familiar? To be honest, more than anything, I'm disturbed by that Chimes guy himself. Behind his mask, I could sense a sad, pitiful person. I can understand how he feels wanting to be a spectral keeper himself, but his victory is nothing but a sham, and he knows it too. Don't let your guard down, though, neither against him or that other alchemist Zosimos. I'll let you take the lead at this point. Use all you've learned as a monster keeper to beat them. If you lose, I'll swoop in and save the day. That will hardly be necessary, Julia. But it's good to know that among the spectral keepers, there is someone who is both decent and competent. Okay, this is going to be our shortcut then. Yes. Ouch, KR. That's not what I was driving at, but sure. Yeah, Lomasher, sure. But it took her most of the game to lose her familiar. Will lost his in the first couple of hours. And Leonard lost his before she lost hers. I don't know, Lore Masher. I think she's more competent than incompetent. She did make it here. Man, I tell you, I really hate these little holes in the wall because they're constantly making me think there's going to be a secret passage that I can slime into or something. I knew you'd get here eventually. I was looking forward to meeting you again. Your determination and skill could have made you an alchemist without equal. A shame that we're on opposite sides. A shame indeed. You would have made a formidable monster keeper yourself. Perhaps, but no matter the aptitude or the effort, a life lived without real purpose is worthless. All the more reason for you to join us, Zosimos. Oh, you too, Fontes. Yeah, they teach you to try to explore those kinds of crevices. But then, when you do it here, they go nowhere. All the Sanctuary can ever offer is an empty purpose, as all the people of the Sanctuary live only to perpetuate the Sanctuary itself. The same could be said of the alchemists of your order, serving only to perpetuate the Order's existence. That's where you're wrong. If we only wanted to perpetuate our order, all we'd have to do is kneel and accept to be prisoners of the Sanctuary. What we seek is more than that, a return to the way the world was, as well as a refusal to be pushed aside with no right to decide over our fates. You were never forced to stay in the Sanctuary. You could leave, set out into the old world, and do whatever you like. I did travel the old world for a long time. The life that it offered to me was perhaps even more shallow than the life I lived as a monster keeper. Well, boo-hoo! Find a better purpose. There's nothing we can say to make you change your mind, is there? No, there isn't. Ready yourself, Spectral Keeper. We need your Spectral Familiar. Well, the hell you're gonna take him. No, KR, they lost all their battles. You can only have your Spectral Keeper taken if you lose. That's why I'm the last Spectral Keeper who still has his familiar. Because I haven't lost to one of these idiots yet. Alright, I see how it is. The fact that they managed to take down one of my monsters is impressive enough. They will not manage that a second time. However, I can definitely see how this guy would be a wall. I suspect players are intended to lose to him. Ha! Way to whiff. Later. You've proven your fighting spirit once again. I cannot fathom where you get the energy from to defend the sanctuary so passionately. As much as you believe in the alchemist deserving a place in the old world, our belief in the monster sanctuary is greater. I can see that. How pitiful. Never mind. Evidently, I can't stop you from proceeding, so you may pass. Don't mind if I do. Gotta teabag him first, though. I put my fate wholly into our master's hands now. His actions shall decide what will become of me. I feel confident that you can't stop him. Well, I hope you feel really confident about that, because I don't. Cestus. Yeah, Fontes, he definitely doesn't mess around. See ya. Craft boxes. Hang on a minute. Oh, okay, no, it looked like there might be a platform up there. Wait a minute, actually, I missed something. Aha! Switchstone. Well, that's all right. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I thought so. 2,500 gold and another shift stone. Well, the gold is a bit superfluous. No, KR, it's just a standard Griffinix. I haven't done anything with its build or its equipment yet. Okay, this is progress. A little hard to tell when there are two paths leading in the same direction on opposite sides of the tower. Ah! Ooh, a restoring wand. I'm sure I'll find a use for that. It does certainly seem that way, Echo Drop. But I gather that there's some post-game content, so maybe that'll give us a little bit more mileage. I can sense a presence. Your pet's got a good nose, haha! I can sense the other familiars, and I can sense that their thoughts are clouded as if they've been numbed. You've taken away their free will. Can't have them running away, can we? Not after I've won them fair and fair and square. That's disgusting. We're not prizes for you to win. You don't deserve to own us just because you've defeated our keepers. The keepers of old must have thought differently then. What are you talking about? The first monster keepers are the ones who created this magic, allowing one to take over another's monster through a keeper duel. I just revived an old tradition is all. Combined with some alchemy, of course, to be able to mask my bloodline and steal the familiars of other families. I can't even remember anything about this tradition, so it must have been abolished several centuries ago. Ah, typical of you to act so high and mighty, just like all the monster keepers. This mask that you call civilization is nothing but a tool for the weak to take what belongs to the strong. Just as I was robbed of the spectral familiar that I deserved, what I did was simply to set the record straight. What you did was not rightful, neither in the eyes of the monster keepers nor in the eyes of morality. You will use any arguments to vilify me, because you fear not only me, but also that which I represent. What you represent is truly monstrous and barbaric. I can't stand hearing it any longer. We challenge you to a duel, Kimes. You've taken the words out of my mouth. Time to add another familiar to my collection. Ah ha ha. Kimes, what if I added you to my collection? Yeah, okay, he's got all 3 spectrals. Fortunately, none of them are strong against neutral attacks. Are you ready, Kimes? Here it comes! And this is what I meant at the beginning of the stream when I said that this game really requires you to min-max. Because if you do not min-max the ever-living hell out of this, ain't no chance you're gonna beat bosses like this guy. Well, this guy is a worthy opponent, but only thanks to all of the the spectral familiars he's stolen. Okay, so, we've got quite a few stacks of charge now. We should be able to... Yes. Put that in your butt and smoke it, Kimes. Haha! You broke my winning streak. You blob, you grumlicker. The other familiars, those sparks hovering in the air, I can sense their essence. Oh, I guess I have to give those back now. Or do I? What happened? They left for the room above us. Ha ha ha! Did you really think we'd risk losing the familiars at this point? Right as the Master is about to seize control. If you have any decency left in your bones, I command you to tell us what just happened. Oh, why don't you just go to the next room and see for yourself? I've stolen enough of your time already, ha! Let's go. Something very wrong is taking place here. Ha ha ha! The Master is waiting for you. I'm gonna come back and teabag you later, Kimes. Ah. As expected, you made it past my minions. No matter, Kimes and Zosimos fulfilled their purpose as planned. The other familiars, they're captured inside these orbs. What is this place? Welcome to the Sanctuary Genesis. Consider yourself lucky, Franz. You will witness the creation of a new sanctuary. After the first Monster Keepers used their familiars to create the Monster Sanctuary, they created this chamber, the Sanctuary Genesis. Whoever holds the power over the Sanctuary Genesis may reshape the Monster Sanctuary and rewrite its rules. Have you ever wondered about the peculiarities of the world you live in? The Sanctuary is its own world that was created for the sole purpose of preservation. Nothing inside the Sanctuary can ever truly perish. All is preserved indefinitely. When I came to the Sanctuary, I noticed that time passes differently here. One can also tell by observing the stars. Monster Keepers that were born here and travel to the old world for a short time are unable to tell the difference, but I could. This led me to believe that if the Sanctuary was created as its own self-contained world, the first Keepers must have left behind the tools to take control of it if required. And I was right. Of course, they hid it behind several security measures, the Key of Power, the Sanctuary Tokens, the Spectral Familiars, the Bloodlines. And yet I have broken into the Sanctuary Genesis, and we now stand on the cusp of a new sanctuary. Fearless Coward, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. It shall be known that I, the leader of the exiled Order of Alchemists, used the great art of alchemy to take complete control over the sanctuary. What do you plan to do with our sanctuary? I shall use it to take revenge on the old world. I shall use it not only to restore our order to its former glory, but to herald a new era, the conquest of the entire world through alchemy. Who knows, if I study the magic of the Sanctuary Genesis long enough, I might even find ways to unravel and reshape the old world as well. All thanks to the power of the Spectral Familiars, which had gone unused for centuries. You're still missing one familiar, Marduk. You don't have the power of the first Keepers yet. That is true, the final Spectral Familiar still needs to take its place. Therefore, we shall fight for the fate of the Sanctuary and the entire world. Oh, alright, straight into it, huh? Very well. Amazing. Man, Kimes was tougher than this guy. Marduk hasn't even cracked my shields yet. Nice. Well, we got a couple of stacks of blind on us, but there's nothing he can do now. Hey, Tatsumi, it's better than nothing. Dark rolls because this is a charge stacking team comp. The purpose of this comp is for Brutus to be able to stack as many charges on himself as possible. Mana management is not too much of a problem the way I have it set up. And if I were to go with the dark version, I would sacrifice charge stacks and therefore damage. No, Dragon, this is not PvP, this is story content. I end up getting a channel buff from this rolls, so it's fine. I have no issues with, I have no issues with mana management. Doink. We defeated you, Marduk. Looks like we've thwarted your grand plan. Pa, you might have defeated me, but the Master is still with me. Master, grant me and my monsters the strength that we need to destroy our opposition. What? Master, have you abandoned me? I always served you faithfully. What became of our pact? Look. Something is emerging from his body. Oh, wait a minute, that's the Mad Lord. Wait a minute, you mean to tell me I got an egg or an upgrade item for the final boss 2 dungeons before I encountered the final boss? Is that what you're telling me here? Unfreaking believable. It is the final boss, Fontes. Okay. Well, that's goofy. Hello, Aven Druid. I've been wondering the same thing for myself. Rolls, it's probably your team comp. Let me give you a video for reference, Rolls. There. Look at the team comp that guy uses. That's what I based this on. And actually, this guy is so good at stacking up hits that he's given us a ton of charge stacks. Rolls, you probably also need to adjust their equipment, because equipment is really important as well. It is, Arcoas. All right, here goes. The final boss, huh? 6 stars. And look at our score. I guess we just pulled off a really, really elite boss fight. It's not just 1337, it's 13337. Level 4. Wait a minute, this guy only gives us level 4 reward boxes? Okay. A Mad Eye Egg, another Abyssal Sword, a Demonic Pact. Well, get squished, I guess. What a beast! I thought we've defeated it, but somehow it's still standing. Foolish creatures, you will not defeat me so easily. It can talk? No, it's communicating with us through our minds. I shall use this one as my new vessel once I've taken over their mind. Then nothing can stop me from taking over this world. My familiar, I can sense it's inside of that orb and it's trying to escape. Oh, nice. Got him. Hurrah, we've regained our familiars. Measly mortals, you're only good to me as servants. Yield now and I shall spare you a gruesome fate. What in the world is this monster? Right now, it's the Sanctuary's biggest enemy. We've already weakened it. Everyone focus your attacks on it now. No, how dare you resist me? I can't die like this. I will find a way to return. Oh, okay, well, I guess the other spectral keepers showed up to steal his, or my, glory. It's gone. We saved the Sanctuary from a great evil today. In a rather anticlimactic manner, I might add. Was that demon behind the plot of the alchemists all along? Did Marduk use it as a tool, or did it use Marduk? Master, he's left me. I can't sense him anymore at all. What did you do, you insane alchemist? Our plan has failed. The Master left us. Might as well tell you the whole story that led me to this point. In the same year that I came to the Sanctuary with the other members of my order, the Mad Lord entered the Sanctuary. It wasn't a coincidence. The Mad Lord can see a great many things. He knew that he could strike a deal with me. I was full of anger at the old world, as was the Monster Sanctuary, or as well as the Monster Sanctuary. To think that we were exiled to live in a sanctuary for monsters, all because of the whims of the kings and their people. You guys were bent on world domination! To us, the Monster Sanctuary was nothing but a prison. But then I realized there was potential, too. The Mad Lord promised me that he would help us reach our goals and that he would make me immortal. I just had to let him use my body as a shell, and so I became the Mad Lord's host. However, having him inside of my body, inside of my mind, it changed me. I had been ready to do immoral things to reach my goals, and I had been ready to fight. However, with the Mad Lord inside me, I did things that I had not imagined I would be capable of. But I cannot say for sure whether it was the Mad Lord who made me do those things or if it had been my own hatred. That sounds like a terrible apology. How can we even trust what you're saying? I'm ready to accept full responsibility for all of my actions. Considering the crimes you've committed over the last 300 years, that could well mean a lifetime of imprisonment. It's hard to imagine that you're suddenly ready to accept that. I've already lived in imprisonment in those last 300 years. It's easy to plead guilty after your plan has failed. I say it's risky to let you live considering your ability to deceive others. You know, as much as I hate to say it, I'm with Leonard on this. No, we shall not stoop to such barbaric acts. He belongs in the prison cells for now. We can pass judgment on him later. Toad, you're going soft on me. I agree. He must possess centuries worth of knowledge. He could be useful to the Sanctuary. I agree as well. It's the way of the Sanctuary. Everyone deserves a place here. All right, but I will see to it personally that the security measures of the prison cells are improved. We'll use real metal this time for the bars. Let's take him away. And so the Sanctuary has been saved, all thanks to Franz, Julia, Leonard, and Will. They didn't do anything. They just showed up at the end to hog all the glory. Oh. Dennis Sinner? Okay. I'm sure he's a perfectly kind and just and virtuous person, this Dennis Sinner. Oh, and, story, game, and level design, Anton Sinner. I guess they must be siblings. Monster pixel art, Adam Kling. Monster journal art, Daniel Rice. Okay. So they did get somebody separate for the journal. Monster illustrations, Path of Pixels. Oh, .de. This is a German team. I understand now. Daniel Forney, Conan the Librarian, community manager. Amazing. Okay, I would not have guessed that this was a German team. That would explain the localization wonkiness. Team 17 is the publisher, of course. Oh, and there was an art director and some other support at Team 17 as well, it looks like. Interesting. Yeah, I wish I'd known about this game when it was in development. I would have offered them to polish the localization in English. This is a great game. It's clearly had a lot of love put into it, and I've really enjoyed it so far. I can't think of any major complaints I have about this. I've got a few minor ones, but I don't think I can come up with a single major one. And for me, that's a very rare thing to say about a game. Well, looks like he got himself into some trouble. Well, no, Dragonab, if you've been following me on YouTube, then this is your chance to get to know me a little bit more personally and directly. That's the great thing about Twitch. I'm the same person here that I am on YouTube. Lore Masher, you're a pretty memorable person. Let's not mince our words. It's hard to forget you. Yeah, Rolls, if you're a min-maxer, then this game is like cocaine. There's certainly no shortage of different build types and customizability. Yeah, Dark Rolls, and yet I struggle to remember things people have told me last week. Oh, there's that doppelganger again. Honestly, there are quite a few people listed in the credits of this game. This seems like it was a bigger production than I would have given it credit for. I mean, the special thanks section is usually just people who brought coffee to the people actually doing the work, but I don't know, Dragonab, that's the problem. I've just kind of been... Oh, Rolls, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dragonab. Hello, Gibraltar, welcome. I've been going game by game, Dragonab, because I've been having so much trouble finding something that I thought I might be interested in. Also, is one of those people's names Deranged Soybean in the credits? Yes, it is. Lieutenant Spanky? Father Andrew Kinstetter? 2020 Moe Rai Games. Thank you for playing. Well, oh, and this is my team. We hope you enjoyed exploring the world of Monster Sanctuary. Well, yes, I did. Thank you, Moe Rai Studios and Team 17. This one was a real banger. Oh, whoops. Okay. We've done it, Franz. We've saved the sanctuary. It's been an amazing journey with you so far, and I'm eager to see what the future has in store for us. You should try to rise to the rank of Keeper Master next. We just gotta hunt down some more champion monsters. Don't worry, if you ever feel lost, you can always talk to me. I'll try to point you in the right way. Well, now that I know that Moirai is a German team, I now picture the Toad with a German accent. Hello, Ned. Welcome. Yes, Laconian Sword. I actually liked Salt and Sanctuary so much, I worked on it. I was a script advisor for Salt and Sanctuary. And I helped out with Q&A as well. I did some testing for them. Rolls, that's fine. The reason I use the farm is because I might want to use one of those monsters as part of a team one day, and I don't know if I'm going to ever reach the point where I need to, although now that I'm done with the game, I don't know. But there is supposedly going to be a New Game Plus added via an update sometime this month. Oh, there's Julia. Hey, isn't it great that we don't have to worry anymore about those alchemists doing shady things all over the sanctuary? Even the number of champion monsters seems to have gotten much smaller, probably thanks to you, isn't it? Yeah, they're all locked inside Pokeballs now. Well, nothing left to do now but explore the sanctuary, hatch more monsters, and raise them. Don't forget, you can compete against other monster keepers in the Keeper's Tower. Okay, I guess there's nobody else here. I wonder, though, if we go back to the top of the tower... I figured there would be, Fontez. I've scoured the entire game prior to this, and I think I found all the champions. Or at least the ones that were available at that point in time. Because according to this list... Oh, whoops. This is not where I want it to be. As I was saying, according to this list... we've now 6-starred every available champion fight, but there appear to be a couple missing. Hello, Eben. Welcome. I am doing all right, thank you. How have I been enjoying Monster Sanctuary? Quite a lot, actually. I just finished it, or I just beat the base game, and I guess now there's some post-game content to do. Yeah, Fontez, it looks like there's one left. And I think I know which one it is, because it's the one we couldn't do before, because it wouldn't show itself. So we'll have to go see if it's willing to show itself now. Which I'm guessing it is, because when else would we be expected to fight it? Well, Agony, that's to cover for the inevitable food discussions that ensue when somebody uses the recipe request point redemption. Oh, okay, Evan Druid. Good luck. I hope you enjoy your gunsmithing classes. Take care of yourself. Alright, so there's that optional boss, but then, alright, hang on. Most elusive prey. After we saved the sanctuary, we got a letter from that alchemist we met in the mystical workshop, Trevisan. It said something about a very elusive and dangerous monster in the Stronghold dungeon. Supposedly, it's urgent that we come there as soon as possible. Let's start looking around the teleporter stone in the Stronghold dungeon. Alright. Can do. Oh, that's right. There won't be anything new here yet. So that's here. There you are, Spectral Keeper. I don't know if my letter reached you, but I was waiting for you. During my investigations, I searched the sanctuary for areas that might be prone to demonic influence. I think I have found such an area here in the Stronghold dungeon. I came to a suspicious room with nothing in it but 6 illuminated fireplaces in the wall. I believe you mean torches. Suddenly, a skeletal claw reached after me out of thin air. I ran as fast as I could, and I fear I lost all orientation at that point. I believe that it must have been an Azarak. They are said to be demons that watch over us from another world. They try to eliminate any knowledge we have about the other worlds. You could say that I was playing with fire since I came there carrying a copy of the rare Aramaya, the ancient tome of demons. It's written in a dead language that very few people in the world can still read. I believe that the veil that separates our world from other worlds is dangerously thin in the room that I discovered. I'd even wager that room was created for the explicit purpose of summoning otherworldly monsters. So when I came there carrying the Aramaya, the Azarak must have sensed the written knowledge. That's why I eagerly awaited the moment you'd come here. Take this. Aramaya, Forbidden Tome of Demons. Now, if the Azarak still senses us, it will come after you instead of me. But I'd wager that you'd have to go to that same room that I discovered earlier in order to attract it again. Shouldn't be too far from the teleporter stone. I'm sure you can deal with it, Spectral Keeper. Come back here after you've defeated that monster. I might have another hint for you about another elusive monster. Alright. Well, let's get to it. Here we are. I can sense a very powerful presence. It's a champion, but it's even stronger. Be prepared. Let's get him. Oh, wow! Well, he certainly doesn't look very friendly. Weak to earth, strong to fire, and his only attacks are wind. Well, fortunately, no one on our team is weak against wind. Eben, there are several that I like. I don't know that I have a favorite, but I do really like the Griffinix. Well, that hurts, for sure. But not as much as this hurts. Oh, but it looks like we whiffed a couple of, yeah, okay. Well, we're not getting 5 stars here, but I'm gonna chalk that up to RNG because we whiffed. Because of the blind. stack. Wow, okay. Well, we basically have to one-turn him then. Actually, it's just as well, because... if we do it here, we won't have to do it in the arena. Yeah, Fontes, it really is. Of course, he gets one proc of Shadow Storm, but... one way or the other, if we don't win it here... then we ain't got no hope, but... yeah. That blind. So this is going to be RNG. And actually, I'm going to use a smoke bomb because we won't be getting a 5-star on this now. All right. If I had a way of removing stacks, it would be one thing. But it looks like this enemy will always perform the same actions in the same order. He'll always use Chilling Wind. Or, at any rate, he'll always follow up with Shadow Storm. And Shadow Storm is the big problem here. So we just have to get lucky. And not have that happen where we miss. There's no equipment that nulls it, Lore Masher. The only way to get rid of blind is by having a familiar, a monster on your team that has the ability to remove it. Oh, okay, he used Shadow Grasp. I guess he doesn't use the same order all the time. So Brutus didn't get blinded this time, which means we're good to go. Oh, but now we don't have the mana. That's fine, we can probably still... Damn it, he used Shadow Storm. I didn't have the mana because I didn't get Channel, I guess, on Brutus. Ah, come on. And now he doesn't use Shadow Storm. So we're going to basically depend on RNG with him not using Shadow Storm and not blinding everyone. This is totally doable. It's just going to be annoying because, again, it's totally RNG dependent. Well, we got channel this time. Damn it, there it is. Shadow Storm. Okay, well, we got him. The question is... Oh, okay. Even though we whiffed it, we had enough charge stacks that time, I guess, to, 4 level 5 reward boxes. A tarot card, an orb, okay. You ascended to Keeper Master rank. Cool. That was all we had to do, huh? You took care of that Azeroth, didn't you? Good job. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about that demon coming after me ever again. Take this reward. Oh, a level 4 reward box. If you're trying to become Keeper Master, I have another hint for you for a possible champion monster. Did you perhaps come across a strange room in the mystical workshop with a giant clock? It's not an ordinary clock. It harbors a hidden portal to another world. Based on my experiments, the veil of our world weakens when the hour hand is very close to 11 o'clock, and when the minute hand is at 5 minutes. Therefore, the veil should break if you set the time for 5 minutes past 11. Might very well get attacked by another powerful otherworldly monster if you do that. Good luck. You become a Keeper Master. Congratulations. I don't think I know about any other hidden champion monsters. I'd wager you already defeated them all. Well, thanks, Trevisan. You were a pretty decent dude. Top of the challenge tower. Oh yeah, Fontes, that's true. There was a room up there, wasn't there? Visit your parents. We should visit your parents sometime. Their room was right above the... Oh yeah. Eravon, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Ah, there's a little more Echo Drop. Hey, Franz, congratulations on becoming Keeper Master. Everybody here already knows about it. The amount of champion monsters you've defeated, your monster journal must be filled to the brim with monster pages, right? I hope the monster journal was helpful to you. Me and my family are honored to have helped you by providing you with it. Hey, Franz, why don't you tell me what you've been doing? You must have discovered some more hidden areas of the Sanctuary, fought some other monster keepers, huh? Me? Well, now that the fate of the Sanctuary doesn't depend on it anymore, I've been spending more time in the Stronghold. To be honest, I talk to the alchemists a lot too. They really have a lot to teach us, you know? It might seem strange right now, but I'm sure one day that monster keepers and alchemists will work in harmony. Keeper Master, are you looking for any particular book? I bet you could write a book yourself about all the areas you've been to, all the champion monsters you've defeated. I like to read about all the different monsters. No, Dragonab, they shouldn't. You just need a... Yeah. What Lore Masher said. You've actually done it. You've become a Keeper Master. I can't even imagine how many champion monsters you had to defeat. I was so afraid that something might happen to you on your travels, but you've proven to us that you can handle anything on your own. All right, Dad, what you got for me? It's a miracle. Our child is the new Keeper Master. You make us so proud. As Keeper Master, you deserve a special reward. A level 4 reward box. And 3 craft boxes. Thanks, Dad. You're the Keeper Master now? Cool. You must have access to a super secret area in the Keeper's Tower that nobody even knows about. Hey, you're a Keeper Master? That's a really high rank in the Sanctuary, isn't it? You must have been here for a really long time. My wife just caught her first monster, but it seems kind of dangerous. A dark shifted Frosty. My husband just hates my little Frosty because it always defeats his blob. Wow. Well, you two have fun in that relationship. Rank 9, that's the highest achievable rank. Cool, I guess I'm the coolest person in the tower. I'm guarding the entrance to a sacred place. Only Keeper Masters may enter. I'll open the portal for you, Keeper Master. Oh, it's this guy again. Welcome, Keeper Master Franz. You have entered Eternity's End. I am Vertrag, the god of this realm. You have fought and conquered one of my avatars. The first keepers of the Monster Sanctuary made a pact with me and created a portal to this realm. In this realm, you will find each of the 4 spectral familiars. They have been brought here from a different point in time. You may challenge each of them to a fight. Should you prove victorious, you'll be rewarded an egg of that spectral familiar. Oh, okay. The spectral familiars from those eggs are perfect copies in the sense that they have the same strengths and abilities. They lack free will, however, and will return to this realm after their keeper passes on. Oh, okay. You defeat your own spectral familiar, you'll get a special item instead of an egg. Wish for me to repeat my explanation? No, thank you. So then we're... Oh, okay. Ah. Are you ready to face my challenge? Sure. I am the Spectral Eagle, known to the people of the Old World as the embodiment of the sun and the Emperor of the Skies. Prove your bravery, Keeper Master. Well, this guy was nothing as part of a team. Is he any stronger as a champion? That's a good question, Dark Rolls. I do not know the answer. Vertrag did tell us that the ones here are just copies. No, Dark Rolls. Yeah, you get them, but I don't know if copies are enough. It doesn't sound like they are. Well, that'll be 6 stars. Oh, we don't even get ranked. Okay, then. Congratulations, you have proven your bravery. We got a Spectral Eagle egg. Yeah, what happens if we win again? Well, Lore Masher, I used to do that on YouTube, but then I got sick of people at the Souls community yelling at me for being right. Funny how that works. Oh, come on. Actually, it doesn't matter because we don't get ranked on these. We just have to win. Oh, a level 4 reward box is what we get. Okay. Oh, all right. I am the Spectral Lion, known to the people of the Old World as the lawful ruler and the vanquisher of demons. Prove your heroism, Keeper Master. Well, Eben, I miss when the Souls community wasn't enormous and filled with toxic people. There were always a few, but it seems like the floodgates opened as soon as the series reached mainstream levels of popularity, which, unfortunately, is how a lot of communities fall apart. Dragonab, I wish I had something better for people to do with their coins, but I feel like that feature is really designed for streamers who use Facecam, which I don't. And I'm really at a loss for what else to do with them. And we get the Spectral Lion Egg. Wait a minute. What have we here? Ah! No, Echo Drop. That's something I won't and can't do. Really, that's all there was? I am the Spectral Wolf, known to the people of the Old World as the protector of outcasts and the breaker of curses. Prove your cunning, Keeper Master. It's complicated, Rolls. But yes, that's part of it. A recipe for corned beef and cabbage? Well, Dragonab, if you're talking about St. Patrick's Day corned beef and cabbage, there's really only one way to make it. I mean, there are ways you can dress it up, but you know, actually, let's see if we can find something a little more interesting. Here we go, because there's one here for corned beef and cabbage shepherd's pie. Let me see what I can find you here, because most of these seem to recommend cooking it in a crock pot, which is fine. But there are more interesting things that we can do. In general, though, the traditional preparation for this... I mean, not that it's traditional in Ireland, but... Alright, let me see. So, Erevan... Here is a soup version of corned beef and cabbage. And this is a spicy one, so I approve of this. Not really, Erevan, no. Here is a spaghetti version, which is interesting. You want something different? Then, yeah, you're gonna like these. I mean, a Dutch oven is fairly similar to a crock pot in some ways, Erevan, but, there's that. I'll give you that just in case. And here is the corned beef and cabbage shepherd's pie. Yeah, the spaghetti does look pretty good. The shepherd's pie looks pretty decent, too. But yeah, I deliberately went looking for something that wasn't just standard corned beef and cabbage in a slow cooker, because... we've all already had that. See if I can find you one more, Erevan, because 90% of... the recipes for corned beef and cabbage are for what you would expect. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. This looks interesting. Corned beef and cabbage turnovers. Oh, actually, this looks great. Erevan, check this out. This is a promising one, too. Eben, you can always make something not spicy. You just leave out the, spicy ingredients. Hello, Legend of Strider. Welcome. Yeah, Strider, I know, but Erevan is looking for something different. A different way of preparing corned beef and cabbage that isn't just crock-pot corned beef, you know? It's like I said earlier, variety is the spice of life, both with streaming and with food. Yeah, Erevan, but it's probably really good. It looks really good, at least. Yeah, that does suck, Eben. I'm really sorry to hear that you can't eat that stuff. It is a lot of prep, Erevan, but if you're going to do it once a year, you might as well put in the time. Plus, you've got a bunch of different recipes there that require varying levels of prep. The shepherd's pie probably doesn't require as much work. Oh, hey, Miros, good to see you. Yeah, you know, I wouldn't turn down a pizza today either, Miros. Although I actually did just finish doing a bunch of grilling earlier, so... DP Spaghetti. Oh, Erevan, actually, I like that. That may have been a typo, but now every time I have to do something in a video game that involves DPS, I'm just going to call it DPS Spaghetti. Excellent, Eben. Oh, that's quite an extravagant sandwich, Echo Drop. Yeah, it does, Erevan. Thanks for that. Oh, Hyderabadi biryani. Very good. Well, you are in India, Dragonab, so it does make sense that you'd be eating something like that. I have to say, though, I live in Germany, and there's a very high Indian population in Germany. And there's a restaurant not far from me where you can get excellent biryani. They do takeout, too, actually. Oh, yeah, stews are great, Eben. Echo drop. Of course you would be the wise ass to ask for that. Oh, thank you, Eben. I really appreciate that. I'm just glad that I can provide a comfortable atmosphere for people to hang out in. Oh, you know what? And... he didn't have enough mana because of chill. That's why. Well, one of the highlights, Fontes, at the very least. Alright. Oh, come on, really? Ah, that whiff. I guess Wolf has some evasion. Honestly, Dragonab, I don't remember off the top of my head. They have a couple of different kinds, but I don't remember the names. They might serve the kind that you're having. They might have the kind from Hyderabad. But, that name doesn't 100% ring a bell. I don't know. I'd have to go get a copy of their menu, which I don't have handy right now. Well, I'm glad you could make it, Eben, and I'm also glad that I was able to catch you at a time when, you're actually around to drop by a stream. I sensed your presence when you entered this realm. You are a keeper of the Heket bloodline. I am your spectral familiar from a different point in time. We spectral familiars agreed to come to this place so that we would be preserved even beyond the passage of time. Well then, I know you came to me for a purpose. Are you ready to face my challenge? Yes. I am the spectral toad, known to the people of the old world as the patron of rich crops and the mentor of wizards. Prove your wisdom, Keeper Master. I have not, Lore Masher, no. Dragonab, I don't know that I could describe the taste. One of the things about Indian cooking that's normally a really good thing, but it's not so convenient for the sake of describing flavors, is that Indian cuisine has so many different spices and seasonings in it, so many different flavor profiles. You guys are so good at combining ingredients to create tons of flavor that I don't think I could describe any of the biryani dishes that this restaurant has. Like, I normally pride myself on being able to describe things, but these... Other than that I could tell you they do serve a spicy one, and then they serve one that's not so spicy. But that's really the best I can do. I always order the spicy one, but... I don't remember what it's called. No, Lore Masher, I don't even recognize the name. But I'm not really an FPS sort of person. I don't tend to enjoy those games. Oh, I'm sad for you, Lore Masher. Oh, spicy is the Hyderabadi. Okay. Gotcha. Replace your internal... Oh, I'm sorry, Lore Masher. Not so spicy can be one of many types. Okay. One of my favorite dishes that they serve, Dragon Ab, is sag paneer. The paneer dish with spinach. I mean, you already know that, but... I really, really like paneer. I don't even mind that it's not spicy. Because it has such great flavor. Hot wings rolls? Ah, very good. Super hot spicy wings. Nice. Yeah, Agony, there's a balance. I mean, if you're going to eat something spicy, it shouldn't just be for the sake of spice. Or rather, the spice shouldn't overpower all of the other flavors. Well, Dragon Ab, Germans have learned to love Indian food because there are so many Indian expatriates living in Germany. Indian food is really common here. So is Turkish food for the same reason. Wow, Lore Masher. Oh, yeah, Eben. That is really unfortunate to have to nerf your gumbo like that. But hey, I mean, it's still good even without the heat. Congratulations, you've proven your wisdom. Infinity Flame. Can only be equipped by spectral familiars. Interesting. Attack, magic, health, mana. Oh, it's like a mini gray pearl. I wonder if I can get another one by fighting him again. Oh, I bet she was heartbroken, Eben. For the time being, Fontes, that's not to say I might not play it again sometime, although I'm not promising that. That's not a guarantee. But they are supposed to be adding a fairly significant update to it sometime this month, which is supposed to add New Game Plus and a bunch of other interesting sounding content. Lore Masher, I've had that same experience. I've had it happen to me several times, but the one that I remember best is at a Mongolian hot pot restaurant in Boston, where I ordered the spiciest broth, And the waitress took one look at me and just said no. Oh, that's a shame, Dark Rolls. You really should try it if you have an opportunity. Well, Lord Masher, then she finally let me order the next level down from the spiciest one, and it was fine. Lord Masher, I mean, I understand. I get the reasoning. I know that they get, these Chinese restaurants, they get these Karens showing up and ordering the spiciest level of broth thinking they're hot stuff, and then their heads just explode and they complain to the manager. But well, Rolls, it is an interesting concept. I'll give you a link to the video. There. That'll give you some sense of what you're in for. Nowhere local to try. That sucks, Rolls. Philadelphia is a 6-hour drive from you, so you're in Pennsylvania somewhere, I guess, huh? Oh, another reward box level 4. I miss it too, Fontez. I miss being able to make it. I miss being able to travel and go to interesting restaurants and record, you know? Between Pittsburgh and Harrisburg. Oh, no kidding, Dark Rolls. Lovely state for potholes, yeah. I actually have a cousin who lives with her family in Harrisburg, Rolls. Yeah, Dragonab, I do too. The problem with the T-Talk series ended up being that I would put in like a week's worth of work on one episode, and then YouTube would bury it and not show it to anyone. Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed it, Rolls. Once the pandemic finally ends, you'd better believe I will be taking the opportunity to reboot the Fine Dining series, because, believe me, I enjoy making it just as much as you guys seem to enjoy watching it. Dragonab, you might try having it shipped in from somewhere else. It might be less expensive than buying it locally. Oh, Lore Masher. Oh, no kidding, Dragonab. Yeah, I guess those kinds of teas probably aren't very common in India. You guys seem to mostly like black tea, and I mean, goodness knows, you guys are... You have a claim to fame of being one of the original countries to drink black tea because of Assam. and all the tea plantations there. Oh, James Hook Lobster Company, Dark Rolls. Yes. Well, it would have either been James Hook or more recently, when I was at PAX East last year, I did an episode on another lobster place called Luke's Lobster. Major Monotone was with me for that, actually. I met up with him in Boston because he lives not too far from there, and I took him on a whirlwind tour of the city. I brought him to Haymarket and brought him to a couple of places to get some fish, because he's a marine biologist and he loves to eat fish just as much as he loves to study it. So he came with me to help me film a couple of episodes of Fine Dining. Lore Masher, that's actually not terribly uncommon. If you go down to the American South especially, there are a lot of white folks down south who live and die by spicy food. Oh, no kidding! Kaiju, you didn't happen to order that through Barnes & Noble, did you? Because I know that Barnes & Noble did at one point and sell Harney & Sons products, I think. Definitely James Hook. Okay, Dark Rolls, gotcha. I appreciate that, Rolls. Thank you. That's a kind offer. Huh. Wow, Lore Masher. Oh, you know, Eben, that's fair. That's totally fair. The, the guy who cultivated the Carolina Reaper, well, he certainly is proud of his work, isn't he? Look at this. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lore Masher. I'm quite certain that you can order it from their European distributor in Russia. They should ship to you. Yeah, Smokin' Ed Curry, he calls himself. Echo Drop. Oh, I tagged that at Eben. Sorry. That was meant for you, Echo Drop. Oh, well, whatever. You probably already know about him. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Agony. They send prepared ingredients and instructions and they let you do the rest of the prep? Yeah, Lore Masher, hang on. Here, Lore Masher. Let me link it for you. It's just harneyteas.eu. Try ordering from there. They should ship to Russia. I know they ship all over Western Europe. I don't see why they wouldn't ship to Eastern Europe either. Secret Illuminati tea info. Lore Masher, I occasionally order stuff from them as well. That's one of the ways that I get Harney teas in Germany. And I don't see why they wouldn't ship a little further east. Although Russia is a big place, I guess it depends how far east you are. Okay, Agony, have a good one. Take care. and Budafuka, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. You know companies that ship to Ukraine but not Russia. Wow. That is weird. You'd think if they shipped to one, they could ship to the other. Well, at any rate, guys, I guess we're done with Monster Sanctuary. And I should probably be getting to, well, not to bed, because it's not nearly late enough for that yet. Believe it or not, we've actually managed to end a stream at a reasonable hour of the day, somehow. But yeah, I think... Oh, don't worry, Rolls, you'll still have plenty to play. But as for me, I think I'm going to call it for now, and we have a rare opportunity today to raid a very dear friend of mine. So we are going to go stop in and visit my friend Charlie, who is right now streaming I believe she's streaming a Dark Souls 3 fog randomizer, which is a very interesting and silly mod. I think you guys are going to really appreciate that. I don't know what's next, Echo Drop. I have to figure that out, which is part of why I need to end the stream, because I have to spend some time today and find something to stream next. Thank you all so much for stopping in today. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate everybody's support, everybody's company, everybody being good to one another. Let's go give Charlie something to smile about. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time. Take care, everyone.